Welcome to the second hearing for Portfolio Committee number 5, Justice and Communities, for the additional round of the inquiry into Budget Estimates 2023-2024. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Robert Borsak and I am the Chair of the Committee. I welcome Minister Harrison and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the Committee will examine the proposed expenditure for portfolios of women, seniors, prevention of domestic violence and sexual assault. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide for procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence today. Minister Harrison, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already sworn an oath to your office and as a Member of Parliament. I also remind all other witnesses that you do not need to be sworn, as you were sworn before this committee during the initial hearing of this inquiry. Today's hearing will commence at 9:15, which it just has, and will run to 5:30 p.m. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 till 1 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 11 a.m. In the afternoon, we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2 p.m. till 5:30 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 3:30 p.m. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, with 15 minutes allocated for the government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and 5:15. We'll begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you. Morning, Minister. Nice to see you here. We're all aware of the $250 million cuts to palliative care, and that, as the Minister made clear in health, these aren't capital cuts. These are cuts to staffing and who can be employed. Are you concerned about who will be asked to fill in these cuts to palliative care?
I think the Minister for Health has been quite clear on the fact that there have, in fact, been no cuts to the palliative care budget in comparison with previous years.
If I can redirect, Minister, yes, but there are cuts on what was in the forward estimates, and there are cuts in every LHD on the staff they had been proposing to employ. So who will fill in that care? Who will be providing the care? And as Minister for Women, are you concerned about who will be called on to fill in for those cuts in care for people who are dying?
Well, I think the question about who will fill in if indeed there are any cuts, the question should be directed to the Minister for Health. He has oversight of palliative care.
Well, Minister, you would be aware that women are more likely to be carers than men, and that women aged between 55 and 64 are the most likely population group to be carers. So what modelling work has your department done on the impact on carers, especially women, of these cuts to palliative care?
As I said at the beginning of my answer, there have indeed, in fact, been no cuts to palliative care budget in comparison with previous years. In fact, there's been an increase.
So, Minister, you're saying that each LHD will be able to employ every single palliative care nurse that was in their business plan for the years out to 2027?
That question is a question that would need to be...
Point of order.
The point of order is that this is outside the terms of reference for the portfolio committees that the honourable member, the Minister, has jurisdiction of. And in the resolution appointing the budget estimates committees, it's very clear that questions should be contained to matters over which the Minister has responsibility.
To that point of order, Chair, these are questions about the impact of cuts on women and on carers, which are the areas of responsibility of the Minister.
Yeah, there is no point of order.
Thank you. Minister, were the needs of women specifically considered in the development of the policy in relation to funding for palliative care?
I have no doubt that the needs of people of all diversities were considered in relation to cuts, in relation to decisions that this government makes.
As Minister for Women, was your voice heard in relation to these cuts in palliative care?
I'm not going to go into discussions that I've had with my parliamentary colleagues or nor my cabinet colleagues.
Minister, you would be aware that in the Illawarra Local Health District, they currently indicate a 38% unmet demand in palliative care. So are you concerned about what the impact will be on women and on carers of meeting this existing unmet demand as well as the cuts going forward?
I will reiterate my previous answer. There have been no cuts in comparison to previous budgets. There is an increase in palliative care budget in this year's budget in comparison to previous years.
Minister, does your budget, which is a reduction in the forward estimates, does it meet the 38% unmet demand for carers in the Illawarra Local Health District?
My budget has not been changed at all in relation to palliative care. My budget has no oversight of palliative care. That's a question for the Minister for Health.
And what work have you done to advocate for the interests of women and carers? Because we know who will meet the burden of the cuts in palliative care. We know it will be women. So what work have you done to advocate for these women?
And as I previously said, I am constantly advocating for the issues relating to women and carers, and I have had discussions on an ongoing basis with the Minister for Health, in fact all of my ministerial colleagues, about issues relating to my portfolio.
And the 50% cut to paediatric palliative care in the Hunter, have you advocated for the mothers who will be providing the care for their dying children?
Ms Carter, as I previously said, I advocate in relation to my portfolio on a regular basis, and I'm not going to go into detailed conversations that I have with my cabinet colleagues.
So have you spoken up for women carers in relation to the cuts to palliative care?
I constantly speak up in relation to issues relating to my portfolio.
Thank you.
Minister, on the 28th of January last year, you made an election commitment of $7 million for specialist support programs for migrants and refugees experiencing domestic and family violence. Has this money been delivered?
I think you're talking about the commitment in relation to a specialist domestic violence, specialist multicultural domestic violence centre.
That's correct.
Centre of Excellence. It is very close to being delivered. In fact,
Did you announce any funding in the last budget?
there is funding in the previous in this year's budget. Absolutely, there is.
And how much is that?
It's a 4-year commitment for.
This is your own portfolio, Minister.
Yes,
Surely you know
indeed.
how much you announced.
4.4 million, Minister.
$4.4 million. The centre is going to be based in southwestern Sydney, and it's being delivered in partnership with with Settlement Services International.
So why the $2.6 million cut from your original announcement of $7 million?
This is in relation to the years in relation to the contract that's been signed for.
I understand that, Minister, but you announced last year $7 million for this, and yet in this year's budget you only announced 4.4. Why the cut?
There's no cut. The commitment is as it stands and as it was made. And the full commitment is being achieved.
So you are delivering $7 million?
We are delivering a specialist domestic violence service in relation to multicultural services in partnership with Settlement Services International. I'm very pleased to be able to do so.
But your budget only includes 4.4. So what's happened to the additional 2.6 million?
The service will be delivered as was committed.
But you've cut the service, the funding for that service. You announced in the election 7 million, but you're only committing 4.4. Why would you mislead the people of Western Sydney?
the specialist multicultural service being delivered in partnership with Settlement Services International will be, in fact, a national first, providing a centre of excellence for domestic violence providers and for victims.
Where would this centre be located?
I'll be making an announcement imminently on that. It'll be in southwestern Sydney.
Um,
I'm very pleased that we are very, very close to finalising the details, and I believe that we are very close to having signed contracts.
Minister, if I can just supplement, there were a package of announcements for around $7.5 million, of which, to my knowledge, the allocation for the multicultural domestic and family violence support service was always 4.4. There were some other things in there with a higher figure that came out at 7.5.
Minister, you also announced in October 2022, or the government, well, Chris Minns announced the delivery of an independent victims commissioner. Has that been budgeted for?
That is a commitment that sits within the Attorney General's responsibilities.
In addition to that year, in July 2022, you also announced an additional 25 counsellors for the sexual violence helpline. How many have been rolled out?
We've been negotiating with Full Stop Australia in relation to that, and we're in the final throes of the actual contracts for that. And as
So
soon
none
as
to date? Have you delivered any additional counsellors, as you said you would?
Full Stop Australia has been providing excellent support, and we have
I agree that they're doing a fantastic job, but you committed to 25 additional counsellors. Have you delivered any additional counsellors to support them?
We're in the process of finalising contracts in relation to that.
Okay. How many calls have been made to the helpline in the last 12 months?
I think I would have to take that on notice, that the Full Stop Australia holds those figures.
And
But
can
in
you
the last
also-
12 months, so that I can give you the best possible and most up-to-date figures, I'll need to take that question on notice.
And also, how many calls were unanswered?
Again, I'd need to take that question on notice so that I can give you the most up-to-date and current figures.
That's fine. Minister, according to your diary disclosures, you meet regularly with Domestic Violence New South Wales. Is that correct?
I do.
Where do you consider, or where do they consider the investment in domestic violence services should be targeted?
Domestic Violence New South Wales, I believe, would... And that's probably a question best asked of them.
But you've met with
directly.
them multiple times, so
I have.
What have they raised as the priority?
Well, they've raised a range of issues in relation to the entire domestic violence prevention, domestic violence and sexual assault strategies, both of them, in fact.
What have, just maybe the top four?
The issues that they raise in those meetings, or where they believe funding should be spent?
The top four issues and that they would like funded?
Well, they frequently raise the issue of workforce with me. That's probably a key issue that they raise in relation workforce, and they certainly raise the issue of the need for accommodation. But workforce is probably the key issue.
Have you seen their pre-budget submission?
I have.
Yeah. So one of their key, and the first item is actually core funding, an increase of core funding. Will you commit to delivering more funding?
I'm not going to make any commitments in relation to next year's budget. I know their first call is actually for core funding for themselves as a peak.
Do you agree, and their priorities are, as I said, core funding, increased targeted investment in funding, primary prevention, and also further investment in the rollout of core and cluster. Do you agree that these are top priorities?
I think the Domestic Violence New South Wales is very good at assessing the issues that face domestic violence victims and where resources should be spent. Yep.
And do you think more resources should be provided to support women and children escaping domestic violence?
I think we can always do more in relation to the way we support domestic family violence victims.
Minister, do you agree that the cost of living crisis is hurting families across the state?
Absolutely. Cost of living is a major issue, and it is something that this government is very focused on addressing.
And I'll also say that the CEO of Domestic Violence New South Wales has also said that, and in their budget statement last year, they actually said the cost of living crisis is impacting all of us, but for victim survivors it's costing lives and liberty, and this is too high a price to pay. Do you agree with that statement?
I think there's a range of things that go towards people who...
It's a simple yes or no question. Do you agree with that statement?
I think there's a range of issues that feed into and result in domestic, family and sexual violence in this state, cost of living being one of those issues.
Then, Minister, why is your government continuing to cut cost of living measures that have been supporting families?
Cost of living is... we are providing supports, targeted supports in relation to cost of living wherever we possibly can, given the dire budget situation that we inherited.
So, Minister, what actual cost of living measures support are you providing women and children escaping domestic violence?
Staying home, leaving violence is one of the key supports that we are providing.
What specific cost of living measures are you providing? What programs, what funding? You've cut Active Kids programs. What support are you actually giving families who are escaping domestic violence?
I think I can give you the answers in relation to my portfolio. Okay, I can't give you all of the cost of living measures that we're providing, but I can certainly give you the measures that we're providing in my portfolio, certainly in relation to domestic and family violence. Staying home, leaving violence is a key support. There is also brokerage funds that are being provided to domestic family violence victims through specialist services right across the state. And I can give you further detail if you like, but I'd need to take that.
You're aware the Staying Home, Leaving Violence program is not a cost of living measure?
Spending in the area of domestic and family violence assists victims of domestic and family violence, whether it be as a result of cost of living or not. But it certainly provides, Staying Home, Leaving Violence provides funds to victims of domestic and family violence.
Minister,
so to say that it's not...
Minister's obviously
to say
nothing
that it's
specific
not,
you're providing to support people with cost of living pressures. I'll move on to my next question. Minister, are you familiar with the High Court decision BA and the King that was handed down last May?
Yes.
The finding found that a man who kicked his former partner's door in was not guilty of trespass because his name was on the list. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
Minister, what action have you taken to address this issue?
I'm aware that the Attorney-General is working through that decision and the impacts that decision has in relation to and the way that it relates to our laws, and that would be a question for the Attorney-General any further.
Have you met with the Attorney-General about the legislation?
I have had discussions with the Attorney-General on a range of things.
And when will legislation be introduced?
I'll allow the Attorney-General to answer that question.
Minister, in relation to the tenders for Tranche 3 of Core and Cluster, which closed in January this year, when will the announcement be made?
Announcements will be made in relation to the third tranche of Core and Cluster by, I think, the end of this. The end of this financial year?
Yes.
The end of this financial year.
And are you on target to meet the 75 refuges?
I think the previous government actually stopped using those 75 refuges figures.
I'm asking you, are you on target?
Well, that was the previous government's target, and the previous government actually stopped using that target.
So how many refuges will be funded?
We will be on target for providing additional places for more than 2,900 women and children each and every year.
But you don't
Once-
know how many refuges you'll be announcing.
The previous government walked away
not-
from that target.
Minister, I'm asking you now.
I'm not going to
Tranche 3
give.
has closed.
I can't give a figure on the number of refuges. I can give you a commitment that there will be an additional places for an additional 2,900 women and children each and every year once all of the core and cluster refuges have been provided.
Minister, in Tranche 3, it included targeted procurement process for Aboriginal-led refuges. Is there a target on the number of Aboriginal refuges?
There is not a target on the number of Aboriginal-led refuges. However, they are being prioritised, and the reason I was so keen as Minister to make that decision was because in the 39 core and cluster refuges that had been determined by the previous government, only 5 were actually Aboriginal Torres Strait
So how
Islander
many
led.
will be
So-
announced this year? What is your target? What is the number? How many would you like to-
I can tell you that we are prioritising Aboriginal-led applications, and I'll be making
Do you have a
announcements in relation to
percentage
that.
that you're aiming towards?
We are working with, this government is working with peak organisations, including Domestic Violence New South Wales and including Aboriginal controlled community organisations, to ensure that we get the best possible outcome for Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander people in relation to this issue.
But you don't know how many or what the percentage is.
I'm not
of
going to
refugees.
give you that answer today.
Will you take it on notice?
I will provide you an answer on notice in relation to what we will be doing in relation to increasing the numbers of Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander, Aboriginal community controlled organisation led core and cluster refuges.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Minister, and good morning to all of the department officials as well. Can we just start in relation to the government's response so far to recommendations from the domestic and family violence sector in relation to domestic violence within the queer community? As you will recall, there's been a number of detailed recommendations made from the domestic family violence sector over the last, decades, but particularly over the last 6 years, calling for targeted interventions in that community. What has the government done?
Firstly, I certainly want to acknowledge that domestic and family violence is an issue that affects all communities within New South Wales, including LGBTI communities. And we have certainly seen allegedly a horrific event of that in the last week. We know that LGBTI communities face increased risks of experiencing domestic and family violence, and that they also have additional barriers in accessing services and accessing support and safety. So there are a number of strategies that we've implemented to provide increased support, better support for LGBTIQ people, including additional frontline workers through the National Partnership Agreement. That is something that is just being locked down now, and only last week I was at ACON to talk to them about the additional specialist workers that they are receiving as a result of the National Partnership Agreement. So ACON will be getting an additional 3 part-time staff across Sydney and Lismore from the 4th of March, and they're recruiting for positions in Sydney and Newcastle currently. That's currently underway.
Sorry, what are those positions for?
They're additional specialist workers
Mhm.
under the National Partnership, funded under the
Okay,
National
great.
Partnership Agreement. So there's certainly additional frontline workers being provided.
Yeah.
That's through ACON, through 2010 and through Agenda Centre. We're also providing funding to ACON Health for specialist community engagement research and programs, including working through the LGBTI sexual, domestic and family violence program.
Yeah.
Funding for perpetrator programs for
Yeah.
LGBTI perpetrators, and the New South Wales Sexual Violence Fund also has funds that are has funds targeted for LGBTIQ people.
Has there been anything done so far in relation to the calls to sort of better educate both police and the judiciary when it comes to what domestic and family violence looks like within the queer community?
I know that there is a significant amount of work being done within police and the judicial system on their understanding of how domestic and family violence affects communities of all ranges, and
Yeah.
that would include LGBTIQ people.
Is there anything targeted towards the queer community? I think one of the main themes of advocacy in the domestic and family violence space over the last couple of decades has been that acknowledgement of the way that intersectionality sort of plays out when it comes to particular challenges faced by particular groups. When it comes to the queer community, there is a particular, given the history of police discrimination against the queer community and the history of some of the battles that have been had there, as we've seen through the Gay and Transgender Hate Crimes Inquiry and Review, there is a real trust issue there between the queer community and the police, which then exacerbates the issues when it comes to policing of this issue. What has been done specifically in relation to that issue?
I'm not aware of what's actually being done within the police themselves nor the judiciary. Mr. Tidball, can you provide any-
In relation to the judiciary, I'll be back with the Attorney General for his estimates Friday week. I would certainly be happy to inquire of the Judicial Commission for that hearing to
Thank
give you
you.
a specific response.
Thank you, that would be very useful.
Ms. Marr can also provide some additional information.
Yeah, thanks, Minister. So there were a number of election commitments that the government took to the election that the Premier's Department is implementing now. So one of them is an LGBTIQ cross-government committee, and our work will be to bring leaders in different portfolio areas, in particular in the police, or in Mr. Tidball's portfolio with health, education, so police, justice, and sitting sort of alongside or above that will be an external advisory council, an LGBTIQ advisory council that's due to be stood up reasonably soon. So there are definitely programs and structures in place for making sure that those conversations are joined up.
Perhaps you could take on notice looking at, or perhaps I can provide supplementary questions, in the specific calls from the sector over the years in relation to this issue and what the response has been so far to that, or what the intended response is from the government on those issues. Just staying with the policing issues then, one of the things I raised with the Police Minister last week was in relation to the numbers of serving police officers who have been charged with domestic and family violence offences. The current numbers had it at 59 serving police officers have been charged with domestic family violence offences, and that 4 of them, I think maybe that had dropped to 3 by the time we had the estimates, have been convicted of domestic and family violence offences but are still serving police officers. Do you see that as a problem in terms of creating a culture within the police where victims of domestic and family violence can come forward?
I think to start off with, it's worth noting that perpetrators of any crime can come from any walk of life and any professional area. Having said that, people place a lot of trust in police, and they should be able to. I know, again, that there is a lot of work being done in the police space about better responding to domestic and family violence, and that would also relate to the way the detail that's probably best put to the police minister. But I know that there's a lot of training work being done by police that Domestic Violence New South Wales has actually seen some of.
We'll come back to that in the next set of questions, I think. But just in terms of your comment there about there are obviously, a certain percentage of people across all professions, very unfortunately, have been found to be perpetrators of domestic and family violence. But in the case of serving police officers, these are people on the front line who are then receiving, claims from the public in relation to domestic and family violence. In the context of the reports that we saw from the Law Enforcement Commission, from the LEC, and also from the Auditor General, really quite scathing reports about the culture of policing when it comes to domestic and family violence. Do you not see that as a particular problem that we have serving police officers? And I haven't even talked about the numbers with ADVOs against them, sitting within the ranks?
I think the police people need to be able to trust police, and we need to be a domestic family a victim of domestic violence who walks into a police station needs to be able to feel that a complaint that they are making in relation to somebody else will be taken seriously and will be dealt with properly. That to me is really, really key, and the police force should be doing everything in its power to make sure that that domestic and family violence victims, in fact anybody who walks in to report a crime, but particularly in my portfolio, that their complaint is dealt with properly and investigated fully, and their perpetrator is brought to account.
In both that LEC report and in the Auditor General's report, they made the recommendation that at the very least, a serving police officer who is accused of domestic and family violence should not be investigated by their mates within the same, basic, sorry, I never get the terminology right, but within the same precinct.
Police district, local area
district,
command.
yeah. But instead that those, instead of there being a discretion on whether or not to have them investigated by a different, sorry, what did you just say? Command? Precinct?
Local area command, police district. There's two different words for them.
District. That instead we have a situation where, where someone from a different station that doesn't, I keep failing to say district, that someone from a different district should be, basically investigating those claims to avoid at least a perception of bias. That recommendation has been rejected by the New South Wales Police Force. Do you think that that is a recommendation that instead they should be adopting?
I think that LEC is, the recommendations of LEC are something that should always be taken really seriously, investigated fully. I don't know the reasoning behind police making the determination that they have, but I certainly would hope that those recommendations have really, really been taken very seriously and examined fully.
They haven't. So, as Minister for the Prevention of Domestic Violence, given that we have 40% of all police work being involved with domestic and family violence matters, will you lobby your own government for them to put in some sort of legislative solution to this to ensure that at the very least we don't have police investigating themselves when it comes to domestic and family violence?
I will have further discussions, as I have ongoing discussions with the Police Minister in relation to the way that police deal with domestic and family violence, including the LEC recommendations.
What interaction do you have with the Police Minister when it comes to these issues? Is there an ongoing dialogue?
Absolutely. I have regular conversations with all of my parliamentary colleagues, in particular with the Police Minister and with the Attorney General.
Are you aware that the police systems are also basically setting police up to fail when it comes to dealing with domestic and family violence issues? Is that an issue that you have been looking into?
Could you please explain,
Yeah, sure.
take me through that?
So again, one of the things that was mentioned in the Auditor General's report in relation to policing of domestic and family violence issues is that we're working off a system in New South Wales, what they call the COPS system, which is primarily incident-based and is a very clunky system. We've been trying, New South Wales Government has been trying since 2013 to upgrade that system to make it something that's more fit for purpose and something that at least brings it to the standard of other states and territories in Australia. There have been a series of missteps when it comes to doing that work, and we've now got to the stage where 10 years on, the contract with the person who was with the company that was supposed to be bringing it up to speed to the new IPOS system, that contract was torn up and we've had to start again. The Police Minister informs us that that is now back in train, but it will be another 4 or 5 years before the issues that were raised in the Auditor General's report will be addressed. Does it concern you that the police, again, given that they have 40% of their work being taken up with domestic and family violence, are using a policing system that is that antiquated and, again, setting them up to fail?
I'm not sure that I would use the term setting up to fail, although I am certainly not saying that, not disputing your view, and it's I think the Police Minister has certainly indicated that, as you've just said, that the COPS system is being updated.
Mm-hmm.
I do know that there is a huge amount of work being done within police, as I mentioned, to better deal with to better deal with domestic and family violence complaints and processes, and change takes time. I'm learning this in government.
Yeah, I'm sure, and again, you've inherited a lot of these problems, and I certainly don't seek to blame you for the previous 3 terms of government. But what we have now is a situation where we are about to implement coercive control offence in New South Wales, but we have a policing system that makes it incredibly hard to string together incidents and to make all of those connections that we need in order to catch perpetrators before they actually go on to commit a domestic homicide. When I say they're being set up to fail, I don't blame individual police officers, but I believe that the system as a whole is not fit for purpose when it comes to policing domestic and family violence. As the Minister for the Prevention of Domestic and Family Violence, what say do you have in your government over all of the other factors that are making your job so hard, in particular the police response?
Obviously, I have no direct authority over New South Wales police systems. However, I do have, as do all of the ministers within the government, have incredibly good working relationships.
Yeah.
And a real commitment to fully understand and explore the issues that relate to each of our portfolios so that we can deal with complex problems like domestic and family violence. And certainly the experience that I have is that the police minister, as you might have heard her say, you can't arrest your way out of domestic violence. It is fully committed to do everything in her power within the police to change, to make sure that the response of police is the best that it can be. The systems are the best that can be.
Okay, but they're just not, right? So, again, I really appreciate that you've inherited a situation, but the situation you've inherited is that we now continue to have people dying every week. There is a continuation of the same issues that we have seen prior to Labor taking government. This is at a crisis point, and yet no one seems to be moving very quickly in your government. Do you think perhaps it is the position of the Minister for the Prevention of Domestic and Family Violence being within the Justice cluster instead of, for example, the Premier's cluster, that is the problem here? Do you need more? Do you need more say? Do you need more authority in order to make these changes that are desperately required?
I think if the issue was simple, I would have hoped the previous governments might have fixed it too. But look, this government is really committed to doing everything it possibly can.
Yeah. When we look,
I don't think structure. Will make a difference. I think what will make a difference is absolute commitment and determination to solving the problems that we have in front of us, and working across government and making sure that there are systems in place, that we bring systems in a place where we can identify and develop those whole of government approaches. So things like reviewing the governance structures around domestic and family violence. Women's Safety Commission.
What continues to be missing, though, is funding. And when we look at Victoria's progress on this issue, and I think they're probably the only state to make any real progress on this issue lately, they put in over $3.5 billion after their Royal Commission in 2015 to make a serious commitment to turning things round. And they've seen some results. When are we going to put real funding into this problem of domestic and family violence?
Well, certainly in this budget, the 2023-24 budget, has increased spending in domestic and family violence in comparison to the previous budget, and I can't make a commitment in relation to future budgets, but it's something that we'll certainly be working on doing, and it's right across. It affects so many different portfolios: domestic and family violence. It affects corrections. It affects out-of-home care. It affects certainly my portfolio.
Homelessness, housing, everything.
Absolutely.
Opposition?
Thank you, Minister. I just want to follow on briefly from my colleague's questioning in relation to domestic violence in the queer community. We've unfortunately seen a very tragic, what appears to be a murder of two young men in Paddington, and the Police Commissioner yesterday described that as a crime of passion. Minister, do you believe those words are appropriate from the Police Commissioner?
I have to say that what is alleged to have occurred to Mr. Baird and Mr. Davies, and my thoughts are really with their friends and with their families, that what is alleged to have occurred to Mr. Baird and Mr. Davies was not an act of passion, but it was a crime. Domestic violence is a crime, and I firmly believe that we should all be mindful of our language, particularly language which minimises the impact of domestic and family violence.
So you believe that the Police Commissioner should have chosen a better term of phrase when referring to the alleged murder of those two young men who are in a domestic violence situation?
I believe that it's incumbent on all of us, particularly people in our circumstances who are in the public eye. I think it's incumbent on all of us to be careful of our language, and also when we see domestic violence and when we hear it, to actually call it out for what it is.
Have you spoken to the Police Commissioner about this?
I have not spoken to the Police Commissioner about this. When I believe that it was a very recent comment.
Do you believe that the Police Commissioner should apologise, noting your statement that language about domestic violence is so important?
I think that we should all be mindful of our language. I am happy to have discussions with the Police Minister in relation to this, and I'm sure that the Police Commissioner would actually rethink her language now.
Do you believe the Police Commissioner should apologise for that language?
I'm not going to go into what I believe the top bureaucrat of another minister's portfolio should or shouldn't do. I think that is something that should be done within a particular portfolio.
So
And I'm not going to tell the police minister how to do her job. She has the Minister for Police's portfolio, as I have the Minister for Domestic and Family Violence, Prevention of Domestic Violence.
Do you have discussions with the Police Commissioner or with Deputy Commissioners in relation to policing of domestic violence?
Absolutely, I do. I've had conversations with Commissioner Webb. I've had meetings with Assistant Police Commissioners, Deputy Police Commissioners. I have had discussions and meetings with the police at the Domestic and Family Violence Registry, and as would be expected, conversations with police at my local area command.
So you have discussions with the police about domestic violence, yet you say that it's not your role to discuss with the Police Commissioner the use of language about domestic violence, when you yourself have noted how important language is in this area?
Well, I think that my comments this morning at this budget estimate session are very clear about what I think language should be, and I don't think that I need to say anything more in relation to what the Police Commissioner should or shouldn't do. I think my comments have been very clear.
Are you satisfied that there is sufficient training in the police around language and sufficient recognition that domestic violence also occurs in the gay and lesbian community? Are you satisfied with training so that all police can speak sensitively about this important issue?
I believe historically there has not been sufficient focus on training for police in relation to domestic and family violence. There is a significant increase in the amount of training that police are currently receiving in relation to domestic and family violence, in the way they deal with it, in their attitudes towards it, in the way that different communities experience it and what it might look like.
And are you following up with the Police Commissioner about this, given the events of the recent days?
I regularly speak to police about the systems in relation to preventing domestic and family violence.
Thank you. Minister, do you recall meeting with Violet Co Legal and Consulting?
I do.
Do you recall with whom you met?
The person?
Yes.
Karen Isles.
Thank you. And when was the last time you met with Karen Isles?
I can't remember. It was some months ago.
Okay. And do you?
It would be in my disclosures.
And do you recall who was also at that meeting?
I believe that I had a meeting with the Police Minister and the Attorney General,
and
with Karen Isles.
And Minister Graham as well?
Yes, I believe Minister Graham was in the room.
So, 4 ministers. It must have been a very important meeting. What was the purpose of that meeting?
That was to discuss issues in relation to the way that government deals with complaints in relation to sexual assault.
And have you been back in touch with Karen since that meeting?
I believe that I have not directly been back in contact with Ms Isles since then. I don't recall, but I can take that on notice. But there would have been one of the ministers who were tasked with getting back in contact with Ms Isles at that meeting.
And who was the minister tasked with getting back in touch with Ms Isles?
This meeting was some months ago. I would need to check my notes, so I'm happy to take that on notice.
A very important issue which required 4 ministers to be in attendance, and you're not sure who was responsible for following up?
I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. Minister, you also had discussions with Karen prior to the election about police accountability in relation to sexual assault victims. Do you recall that?
That was prior to me becoming a minister.
But you recall that you had conversations with her?
Yes, I do.
And you would recall that on the 16th of March last year, you emailed Karen Isles to provide a response on behalf of New South Wales Labor and approved that that response be published on Karen's website. Do you recall the commitment that your government made to Karen just prior to the election? I can help you out if you don't, because the email said, New South Wales Labor is committed to supporting victim survivors of domestic and family violence and sexual assault to improve their experiences with police and the criminal justice system and improve access to justice. A Labor government...
Point of order here. The point of order relates to relevance. Questions must be relevant to the estimates of expenditure from the Consolidated Fund and other matters covered by budget papers. It's very unclear to me how a question about a matter which occurred prior to the election of a Labor government relates to matters covered by the budget papers.
To the point of order? It's obviously no point of order. The budget estimates relate to the portfolios of the minister, including the budget papers. It's always been the case. So, yeah.
To the point of order.
Why are we wasting time?
You're wasting
While
time.
wide latitude, I'm entitled to respond, while wide latitude is given in estimate sessions, questions must relate to the under procedural fairness resolution, paragraph 9, questions must relate to the estimates of expenditure from the Consolidated Fund and other matters covered by the budget papers,
So
as is
where
the terms of
where
reference
does it
of
actually
inquiry.
depart from that?
Yeah.
Well, it's before we were in
It's
government.
before our time.
Sorry, I can't hear you, Sarah.
To the point of order, Chair, the questions being asked are before we were in government, so it certainly can't be about what's happened and what the minister has done as a minister.
Very strange estimates.
To the point of order, the minister's previously answered questions in relation to announcements she made before becoming minister, so precedent's already been set. And as it's been said before, wide latitude is given during budget estimates. I know these members are new, but that has always been the
Can you not
process
use
for
that
here.
as an insult? It's really
It's
bad.
not insulting,
It's
it's
really
fact.
bad. It's really
Particularly
Maybe you need to have a chat to some of your colleagues.
Budget
Order.
Yes, budget
women.
estimates about women
Order.
in a new job.
It's
to
got nothing to
that
do with
is
gender.
Really poor form. Ms.
Oh,
Ashton,
come
really
on.
poor
Don't
form.
try and play
Really
games.
poor form.
Don't play
Now,
games.
we've done reasonably
started
well so far today.
Oh my goodness.
Let's
I know.
try and keep
Very
it that way.
typical of them.
There is no point of order. We'll carry on. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, do you need me to refresh your memory more about the commitment that was made? You recall the commitment that you made for close consultation with victim survivors and their representatives, and that if elected, Labor looks forward to the opportunity to work with Karen Isles and other victim survivors, as well as the sexual and domestic and family violence sector on future reforms. It's now almost 12 months since that commitment was made by Labor. What reforms to reporting, support and legislation have been made?
Well, we've introduced strangulation offence. In my portfolio, we will very shortly be releasing the primary prevention strategy for domestic and family violence. We have implemented we've provided additional support in relation to women's domestic violence court advocacy services being available at police stations. We have ensured that every court has a women's domestic violence court advocacy service support person to enable victim survivors to be supported not just at the time of first appearing at court, but right through.
Minister,
Right through the court process. There's a number of ways in which we have improved, taking the feedback from victim survivors in the way that we've improved our systems.
Minister, when was the consultation with those survivors?
Our Domestic Violence New South Wales, when I meet with Domestic Violence New South Wales, they certainly have a lived experience group, and the feedback that they provide is in accordance with what the lived experience group.
Because
we are in the process of establishing
if I may
a lived
redirect,
experience.
Minister.
We're in the process of establishing a lived experience group, and I know that the Women's Safety Commissioner, that is something that the Women's Safety Commissioner is leading in relation to ensuring that the voices of victim survivors are heard.
So the commitment was to develop these reforms in close consultation, and you have advanced proposals, but not with consultation with people like Karen Isles, yet we understand this consultation may occur after the fact. Is that your testimony today, Minister?
I think that certainly the feedback that I have had in relation to all of the reforms that we've implemented since coming into government, and in relation to the election commitments that we've made and the implementation of them, the stakeholders that I regularly speak with, including Domestic Violence New South Wales, including Full Stop Australia, indicates that they are very comfortable with the consultation that this government is providing, and they're very keen to continue to work with the government, and they're very keen with the process that we've developed and that we are developing in the future to ensure that the voices of victim survivors with lived experience are heard.
What changes have you made to reporting? One of the commitments was changes to reporting in consultation with victim survivors. What changes have you made to reporting?
That's to reporting crime. That's an issue for the Police Minister.
So it's not an issue that concerns you as Minister for Women?
The detail of that question will need to be directed to the Police Minister.
Yet you were the one who, as Shadow, wrote to Ms Isles and indicated that that was a commitment, and indicated that it was something that would be achieved through consultation with victim survivors, including Ms Isles.
The Police Minister has oversight of reporting crime.
And how closely do you work with the Police Minister in relation to domestic violence reporting?
I work closely with the Police Minister in relation to the prevention of domestic violence and sexual assault, and indeed with the Attorney General and with my other parliamentary and ministerial colleagues.
Thank you. So, Minister, the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children for the decade 2022-2032, you would be aware, established to coordinate efforts across all levels of government to address violence against women. As Minister for Women, is the work that you do for women in this state informed by this plan?
Absolutely. And
thank you. And so the plan outlines 6 key focus areas to address gender-based violence. One of these, of course, is coercive control, which we did such a lot of work on in the last term of the coalition government, and which we will shortly see implemented. Another key area is pornography. What are you doing to regulate and restrict access to harmful pornography?
well, the regulation of pornography is an issue for the federal government, as you'd be aware.
So what are you doing to advocate for the effective regulation and restriction of harmful pornography?
I meet with my ministerial colleagues from other states and territories, and
how much of those meetings are concerned with addressing this driver of violence against women and children?
The drivers of domestic and family violence and gender equality are the the constant agenda items for those meetings.
And in relation to this particular driver, and if I can quote the national plan, which says, with pornography now overwhelmingly consumed online and via mobile devices, it is both prevalent and pervasive, perpetuating sexist, misogynistic and degrading views about women. This is a serious concern in addressing the drivers of violence against women and children. What are you doing to address this serious driver of violence against women and children?
The plan, the New South Wales Sexual Violence Plan, contains a number of actions to deal with attitudes in relation to harmful attitudes towards women, and certainly there is respectful relationship education within schools is a key part of that.
And you're right, Minister, Pillar 1 of the New South Wales Sexual Violence Plan is early intervention, because early intervention focuses on risk factors for sexual violence, especially in vulnerable groups. One of the risk factors is clearly violent pornography. What are you doing as part of the New South Wales Sexual Violence Plan to address that risk factor for early intervention?
As I said, the regulation of pornography is a federal issue. The actions that we take as a state government are in relation to harmful behaviours, and the primary prevention plan in relation to domestic family violence will outline a range of actions that this government will be taking, and that will be released in coming months.
Do you think it's sufficient to say of a acknowledged, in a state and federal government plan, an acknowledged driver of violence against women and children? Do you think it is a sufficient response to say it's a federal matter and then do absolutely nothing about it in this state?
Well, I think that it's worthwhile stating that the evidence in relation to pornography is that it may not be the driver, but it certainly indicates an increase in harmful attitudes and behaviours.
Minister,
and so it's
if I can
those
take you
harmful
again-
behaviours and attitudes that we are working to overcome in relation to particularly our primary prevention strategies within New South Wales.
Minister, if I can take you again to the national plan, it notes a study which found that the more often young men consume pornography, the more likely they are to enact sexual behaviours which the other person does not want. Given the affirmative sexual consent laws which are in place in New South Wales, does this consumption of pornography concern you in terms of sexual consent for women in our state?
There is, my understanding is that there is some incredibly disturbing pornography out there, and our young people certainly, it concerns me that our young people may access it. Young people may access pornography for a range of reasons, but there are a number of ways that we are trying to increase the understanding of young people, in particular, about their sexuality, about what respectful relationships are, so that we can counter the existence of harmful pornography. There's a number of projects that we've been working with other organisations on. We've provided funding to, for example, Rosie's Place for their Community of Connection Prevention Responses to Child Sexual Exploitation project of $681,000. That's a project for workers to identify the early signs of child sexual exploitation and to develop strategies and resources to prevent escalation and prevent further sexual harm. Consent Labs, which is an organisation that you may be familiar with, their project of youth-led sexual violence prevention in New South Wales schools, co-designing sexuality and gender diversity workshops and resources. They're receiving $1.1 million to co-create with leading researchers to pilot and evaluate innovative educational programs that can be implemented at scale to combat restrictive social norms that negatively impact all young people. The National Association for the Prevention of Child Abuse and Neglect, in partnership with the Institute of Child Protection Studies, they are receiving funding for a trauma-informed program that'll be co-designed with victim survivors. Yes Unlimited, in partnership with Albury Wodonga Aboriginal Aboriginal Health Service and Linking Communities Network, the Albury Wodonga Health and Women's Centre for Health and Wellbeing, have received funds for a community of care, coordinated care and access for women experiencing power-based personal violence. There's a range of programs. Youth Off the Streets Limited, in partnership with Youth Action, a project called Taking Action, Creating Change Together, which will provide evidence-based training to the New South Wales youth sector and youth specialist homelessness services to build their capacity to respond to children and young people experiencing domestic and family violence. So this is all work that we're doing in conjunction with non-government organisations who have experience and expertise to provide a better understanding to young people about what healthy sexuality and about what healthy relationships are.
Ross Pinch.
Thank you. Minister, can I just give you the opportunity just to correct one thing that was said in response to the opposition's questions in relation to the strangulation offence? I think you said that Labor brought in the strangulation offence, which is not correct.
Oh, you're right. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ms.
Okay.
Boyd, you're right.
Can we look at coercive control? When we had the joint select inquiry, the clear cross-party recommendation there was that we implement we introduce a offence of coercive control in New South Wales, but also that we only do it if we're going to do it properly. So I'll read you recommendation 1, quote, that the New South Wales Government should respond to the Domestic Violence Death Review team evidence by criminalising coercive control. However, commencement of a criminal offence should not occur without a considerable prior program of education, training and consultation with police, stakeholders and the frontline sector. Do you believe, Minister, that that considerable prior program of education, training and consultation will have occurred by the time that the coercive control offence is due to be implemented in the middle of this year?
This is certainly an issue that the coercive control implementation task force is really keenly reviewing, and I'm certainly led by the advice provided by that task force. And my understanding is that the task force's recommendation is that New South Wales will be ready for the implementation of the offence from the 1st of July.
Are you aware of the domestic and family violence sector's call for a delay to that implementation because they don't believe we're going to be ready?
I am aware that the domestic and family violence sector has always had concerns with the implementation date.
Yeah. Those concerns are twofold. They are, firstly, that the legislation itself is flawed, which I would wholeheartedly agree with, as we've covered at length in the last term of Parliament, but also that the implementation is simply not being done correctly. Can we talk firstly about the legislation itself? I understand, and we've had this conversation before, but I understand that in opposition, Labor allowed it to go through in the form proposed by the coalition government. But now that you have been Minister for Prevention of Domestic and Family Violence for some time, have you made representations to Attorney General or to others to amend the legislation to make it fit for purpose?
I have had discussions with the Attorney General and with the Police Minister, and received advice from relevant departmental staff in relation to the legislation, and I think we need to use the opportunity for review to fully see how the implementation rolls out.
The domestic and family violence sector, you know, I'm just looking, for example, at a letter from Domestic Violence New South Wales, which they, I believe, sent to you in December. That not only is the offence at best unlikely to be used or is unusable, but at worst is actively dangerous, particularly when it comes to the misidentification of First Nations women and children. Does that not concern you that we may be introducing an offence that, even if it was implemented properly, could be actively harmful?
I think Domestic Violence New South Wales, first up I'll say that I've got a very good relationship with Domestic Violence New South Wales, and I thank them for their advocacy on the issues that they constantly raise. They do very, very good work in relation to representing their members and, in fact, victims of domestic violence and sexual assault. And they're also a really, really good sounding board. I do think, though, that we need to look at the way the legislation rolls out. We've been guided, this government has been guided by the task force and the 10 reference groups set up under the task force about whether the legislation, whether New South Wales will be ready for the legislation, and whether our systems will support it in the legislation achieving what it is set out to do. And the advice from the task force to date has been that the systems that are being developed and the education that is being developed will allow the legislation to be fit for purpose when it comes into effect.
So the task force isn't advising you, though, on the legislation. They're advising on the implementation of the legislation. The domestic family violence sector are telling you that the legislation is actively harmful or could be actively harmful. I can read out the bits from DV New South Wales. They talk about their concerns with the legislation being amplified as time goes by rather than changing. They talk about misidentification being a significant problem with existing legislation, further amplified with coercive control legislation. The new domestic abuse definition does not work, is not contextual. There's a whole bunch of really important comments that the sector are making in relation to this legislation itself, some of which are on the basis of changes in the national framework since the legislation was introduced. Why aren't you taking these concerns seriously?
I am absolutely taking the concerns of... I take the concerns of particularly the peak Domestic Violence New South Wales seriously. I also have to listen to advice from my colleagues and from particularly our departmental staff. Just in relation to misidentification, I'll just go to that, about what we're doing in relation to...
Is it in relation to... So we might come back to misidentification in itself, but in terms of, unless you've got something specific on the coercive control offence and how that relates to misidentification?
So there's certainly been a consultation group established in relation to working through the issues in relation to misidentification, and that consultation group includes Women's Legal Service, Domestic Violence New South Wales, the Police Force, Warringah Legal Aid, the Aboriginal Legal Service to really work out how misidentification plays out.
Yeah, yeah. So coming back then to coercive control, one of the very strong sentiments when we had, all of those hearings we had during the joint select inquiry into coercive control, one of the very, very clear messages from the sector was, we have been telling you what's required for decades, and governments of whatever stripe don't listen to us. Instead, they get their own advice, they get their own ideas about what needs to happen. I had hoped that under the Labor government we would see a change in that, and we would see a prioritisation of the views of the sector and the experts on the front line over departmental officials, with due respect. Why are we not listening to the sector when they are sounding the alarm about this legislation?
Well, I think we are listening to the sector. I think we're doing that through the reference groups.
The sector are telling you not to implement this.
Well, the advice that's coming up through the reference groups is that New South Wales will be ready for implementation of
Again,
the
that's
offence
not
from the
about
1st of
the
July.
actual legislation itself. That's about implementation, which we'll come to in a minute. But in terms of the actual legislation itself, the sector is telling you it needs to be amended and that it shouldn't be implemented. Why are we not listening to the sector?
Because there was very clearly a desire at the time that the legislation was being discussed within Parliament to criminalise coercive control.
It was opposed at the time in the form that it came in, and it was very disappointing because other than the Greens and I believe the AJP at the time, we were the only ones to actually put forward the sector's views at that time. I understand that this was primarily the now Attorney General's call when you were in opposition, but the legislation that went through under the coalition government was the most conservative, perpetrator-friendly and flawed version of this legislation anywhere in the world. We know what needs to happen in order to change it, in order to bring it up to the standard of places like Scotland. We haven't done that. Will you listen to the sector and finally amend it so that it will actually have the purpose desired?
The government is ready for implementation of the offence to start from the 1st of July.
So let's talk about that implementation then. So one of the recommendations was that there would be comprehensive training of police. Now, I understand that police have done some online training and that then there has been what I believe to be a 2-hour face-to-face training session on this, and that is somehow considered sufficient. Have you seen that training session? Have you experienced that training session, Minister?
I haven't actually seen that training, no.
Have you been involved at all in the design of that training?
I have not been involved in the design of a training. However, I do know that key stakeholders have been, and...
Let me correct you, because they have not been. I brought this up with the Minister, the Police Minister last week. Although they were videoed, so there was a bunch of domestic and family violence sector stakeholders who were brought in and videoed for the purposes of police then taking that away to design their own training, there was no consultation on the actual training, no co-design of the actual training with the sector. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware that it was probably not co-designed, but
No.
certainly feedback from that was received in relation to what police need to be trained in would have been considered in relation to the original design of the training.
So I asked the police minister as well about this and was told, and the police commissioner perhaps more accurately, and I was told in those estimates that the training was not shown to any external stakeholders prior to it being finalised. So again, even if it wasn't co-designed, why wasn't it, I don't know, just shown to somebody for their check? Some sort of external consultation with experts to ensure that what was being delivered was correct.
I'm not sure about the way that police training is developed, and probably nor should I be.
I think you should be, Minister.
Well,
we're
for-
talking about domestic and family
generally?
violence, and we're talking about, you've just said that this legislation is fit to be implemented and that the implementation is going to be okay, but you haven't even seen the training yourself. It hasn't been looked at by the experts. The experts weren't involved in the co-design. How are you able to sit here and be confident that such a massive change to our domestic family violence legislation isn't going to be harmful?
The training of police and a readiness for the commencement of the offence is something that I talk with, as I've mentioned before, with other ministers, with Domestic Violence New South Wales, and with departmental staff. I know the Women's Safety Commissioner has had discussions with in relation to police training, and I'll ask Ms Tonkin if she can...
With respect, I'll come back to Ms Tonkin this afternoon. Are you aware of whether or not the police's technology systems are capable of dealing with coercive control offence evidence collection?
I'm guided by what the Police Minister advises me, and the Police Minister and in fact the Coercive Control Implementation Task Force and the Domestic Violence, Domestic Family Violence Board. Also
I'm guided by
review-
the independent opinion of the Auditor General, who tells us that the police systems are not fit for purpose, that they don't, they're not able to actively collect and connect a series of incidents. Instead, there's a laborious trawling through. Our systems are not fit for purpose when it comes to collecting evidence. Does that not concern you? How are you not getting involved in that aspect of things if you are the Minister for the Prevention of Domestic Family Violence?
I think the Auditor General, the Auditor General's report into police systems is a very strong report, and police, New South Wales Police should be certainly taking action to review and fully consider the recommendations within that report.
I was fortunate enough to spend the first 2 weeks of January with people from Scotland, England and Wales, politicians, stakeholders, police and others, talking about their implementation of coercive control in those jurisdictions. Have you spent any time learning the lessons from implementation of those jurisdictions in order to inform your approach here?
I've been guided by what the Implementation Task Force, which oversights the 10 reference groups,
Okay.
advises me.
All right. There is significant learnings from those jurisdictions in relation to police training, for instance. Are you aware of those?
I am not directly aware of those. I'm sure that the Women's Safety Commissioner, though, would have had discussions with
So, for example,
with other authorities
Yeah.
around
So
the world.
For
in relation
example,
to this offence.
in Scotland, they've had a review of their legislation recently, and so they've looked at what went well and what didn't work so well. And the sticking point has been police. So in the context of Scotland, they actually put significant resources into training their police. They spent significant, I think, a couple of days of co-designed training with police face-to-face, where they had people from the sector, experts coming in, speaking with them, interacting, explaining, and having, an assessment process as part of that. And they still didn't think that was enough. So even though they had done so much more than what we're proposing here, where they had set up a system, where they had left, ambassadors for change behind so that they could continue to train police as they go, even though they had done all of that, they had significant comments for reform and how they would do things differently going forward, don't you think that the New South Wales government should be looking at that and learning and adapting also?
I think when we have some legislation that has a commencement date, we need to be making sure that our systems are ready for that, and that's what we're committed to. The review of the legislation on an ongoing basis and experiences in other territory states nationally. In fact, I mean, this is an issue that we're grappling with at a national level.
Absolutely.
We will certainly make sure that we take those learnings on in relation to the reviews.
Okay. But before then, we've been told at police estimates that the system won't be up to speed, so that policing system won't be able to effectively capture this evidence until 2027. We know that police have had just 2 hours of face-to-face training, I understand without assessment, without anything to make sure they're even paying attention. We have a sector telling you to delay this legislation. Will you delay the implementation of this legislation to ensure that we actually get it right?
I go back to my previous comment.
Are you aware of how many women have died since Labor took office under domestic and family violence
11.
offences?
Allegedly 11.
Since April last year?
Allegedly 11.
It's 18. There have been 65 in the last, since Labor took office. There's been 18 in New South Wales, which is roughly 28%. Do you know that if you look at it's a very crude measure, but if you look at the numbers of women who have been killed for under domestic and family violence offences in New South Wales versus Victoria, since they brought in that significant funding, it is quite a compelling story. Does that concern you when looking at the sort of paucity of response that we've had in New South Wales versus the real commitment and funding and focus that they put in Victoria?
Absolutely it does. One death is too many, and I know that you've heard me say that in the past. I think that Victoria would admit that they don't get everything right in this space either. We do have a considerable way to go in relation to preventing domestic and family violence, which is why I'm so keen to put in place the prevention plan.
Thank you very much. In relation to the Safe Places program, which provides capital grants for emergency accommodation for women and children, I'm interested to know when these grants will open.
That's a federal grant program.
Okay. Domestic Violence New South Wales have recommended a core and cluster implementation community of practice service for leaders to identify and address any quality and operational issues with any new refuges. Do you think this is a good idea?
Certainly, I think working with the sector in relation to whether core and cluster refuges are working and how we can better make better improvements is a fabulous idea.
They've asked for $36,000 over the next 2 years. In light of your comments that you think this working group would be good, will you commit to that funding?
I'm not going to commit to anything in future budgets, but it's certainly the proper, making sure that women and children, making sure that families are safe in New South Wales is something that I will continue to advocate for with the Treasurer and with my parliamentary colleagues.
Well, if you can't commit to $36,000 over 2 years, how do you? What's your plan for monitoring the success of refuges and any issues that need to be addressed?
there may well be other ways of getting feedback from people who are working within the domestic and family violence sector, including the Domestic and Family Sexual Violence Council that provides advice to me. My regular meetings with Domestic Violence New South Wales, certainly a way of getting feedback on the effectiveness of the core and cluster rollout. There's a range of different ways that we'll be able to get advice on the effectiveness, although I have no doubt that core and cluster refuges will be effective.
But $36,000 over 2 years isn't a huge amount of money, and yet you can't commit. We're talking about future budget money. What we are here to discuss is this year's budget estimates, not future year's budget estimates. Yep.
I think we have to take a break there. Government questions?
No.
There are no government questions? Okay. We'll now break for, well, basically half an hour until 11:15. Good morning, Tilly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I note that we've started a few minutes late, so I assume we'll finish a few minutes late. Minister, have you met with the CWA, either the CEO or the President?
I have met with them on numerous occasions in locations across New South Wales.
But these haven't been disclosed in your diary disclosures, any of the meetings?
I've met with them at events, and also the CEO of CWA is a member of the Domestic Family Sexual Violence Council.
But you've had no formal meeting with the CEO or the President?
I've had regular conversations with them, and I've attended events with them, and I've had phone calls with them, and the CEO is a member of an advisory board that I have on domestic family violence.
But none of these meetings are recorded? So they're just informal catch-ups or running into the CEO?
I regularly attend events with CWA. In fact, I have been in a number of regional and rural locations with local CWA members. I've also met local CWA members at events in Sydney for volunteering. I have a very productive and good relationship with both the CEO and the President of the
And
Country
yet
Women's Association.
you were forced to reverse your decision last year to ensure that Regional Woman of the Year would be included as a category.
I've already made comments on that one.
Moving forward, do you guarantee that that category will remain?
I am positive that regional women in New South Wales will be recognised for the fabulous, the regional and rural women will be recognised for the fabulous work that they do right across the state.
So that category will remain?
I have no intention of removing that category.
Thank you.
I will go back to, however, that decision was taken on advice from advice to me from Women New South Wales, and there were reasons provided at that time that recommendation was made to me.
Minister, you're aware of the Investing in Women's funding program?
I am indeed.
And that the CWA has received funds in relation to that for one of their the co-working spaces that they've rolled out. I understand you've attended a few of those.
For 4 of their co-working spaces, in fact. Yep.
Will you commit to continuing that investment or funding of that program?
The Investing in Women Grants program is a really effective and well recognised grants program. Certainly it's an annual grants program, and I have no intention of doing anything apart from continuing to provide support and investing in women.
All right, thank you. The CWA wrote to the Premier and the Police Minister calling for a parliamentary inquiry into regional crime in New South Wales. Do you support that inquiry?
That is an issue so my portfolio is in relation to women. The relationship that I have with Country Women's Association is in relation to ensuring that women, particularly in country areas, are well supported. The issues that the CWA raise are legitimate, and that's an issue for the Premier and the Police Minister.
But as Minister for Women, and we know that crime is an issue in regional areas, particularly sexual violence and assaults against women, and yet you're saying this is not your responsibility.
No, I'm not. I am not saying that it's not my responsibility. I'm saying that that correspondence was written to the Premier and to the Police Minister, from my understanding. Is that what you said?
But I'm asking you now,
is that what you said? Did you say that correspondence was actually written to the Premier?
Minister,
and
I asked you whether or not you support the parliamentary inquiry.
I think that the Country Women's Association does fantastic work in
that's not the
in
question.
raising the issues that their members face, and that's an issue for decision by.
Does your government support rural and regional communities?
My government absolutely does support rural and regional communities, and I can go through a range of ways.
Have
in
you
which
advocated for this inquiry?
I constantly advocate for rural and regional communities. In fact, in the space of domestic and family violence, there is considerable investment by this government in relation to preventing domestic family violence and in supporting victims of domestic and family violence. And I can go through
No, that's
the
fine,
large
Minister.
amount
I
of,
might move on to the next
of
question.
resources and commitment that we put into regional
Minister,
and rural New
I've
South
moved on to the
Wales.
next question. Minister, are you aware of the Carers Knowledge Exchange program?
I am not aware of that particular program.
Well, Minister, it's funded up until the 30th of June this year. It's funded that's been provided to New South Wales carers, and it's actually under the New South Wales Carers Strategy. My question is, Minister, will you continue to fund this program?
I can't make any commitments in relation to future budgets, but there is no intention whatsoever at this point to reduce the support given to carers. There is currently a $5.1 million budget supporting the carers portfolio in DCJ, and what that $5.1 million is, it delivers the carers strategy, it delivers peak funding for Carers New South Wales, it delivers the New South Wales companion card, it supports the Carers Advisory Council, and it provides funding for the implementation of the Carers Recognition
I'm
Act.
familiar with that, but you can't commit that this program will have funding from 1 July this year.
There is no intention to reduce the budget at this point. However, I mean, it's a pretty tough time, but I will talk to you about the budget this year, and we are talking about $5.1 million that's committed to carers in this financial year.
Thank you, Minister. How many young carers are currently in New South Wales?
Young carers in New South Wales. I will have to take that on notice.
Do you know how many young carers are in our schools?
Again, I'll have to take that on notice. Having said that, I think that that young carers in schools are frequently, they sometimes even don't identify themselves as being carers, and that's part of the challenge we have in the space of carers, that people often don't identify themselves as carers, and that is something that the Carers Advisory Council raises with me, and the need to better support people who don't automatically identify themselves as being carers.
Can you outline what you're doing to support young carers, particularly young people and children that are carers that are at school?
We provide funding to Carers New South Wales to provide support of $300,000 for the Young Carers program. Carers New South Wales is a really key partner for the New South Wales government in relation to support for carers. They work as the peak organisation for carers, and they do a fantastic job. So they run the Young Carer program.
Just on the
and
Young
that
Carers
provides-
program, how many young people have been provided support?
I'll have to take that on notice as it's a program run by Carers New South Wales.
Yeah. And also, do you intend to continue that funding for that program?
I have. Carers New South Wales receives funding for a range of their programs, and there is no intention to change funding for Carers New South Wales.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Being a Carer, Being a Student, Being a Kid resource?
No, I'm not.
It's in your action plan. The
I'm
Carers
not-
Action Plan 2023-24 that you put out.
I'm not familiar with that particular resource. I do know, however, that it's an education resource.
But it's in your action plan that you put out last year, and you say that you're not familiar with it.
I know it's an education resource that is to support carers.
Did you read the actual document before you released it?
Ms McLaren-Jones, of course, I read the document and I provided the forward to it. That particular program is an education resource that's available through the Department of Education to support young carers.
Do you know how many schools have that resource?
I'll take that on notice.
Do you know how many Aboriginal carers there are?
I do know that roughly 1 in 8 Aboriginal people across New South Wales identify themselves as being carers.
And what are the needs of Aboriginal carers?
Aboriginal carers, as Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander communities across New South Wales, each Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander community has different needs, and therefore each carer within each of those communities would have different needs as well.
In your action plan that you put out last year, it was about, you highlighted identifying the needs of Aboriginal carers to provide support. You just said then that the needs vary. Could you outline, a couple of areas that you're focused on?
We are the Carers Action Plan, and that particular action is currently being worked through, and I'll be able to come back with more on that later.
So you haven't identified what the needs of Aboriginal carers are?
Identifying the needs of Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander people is something that takes time, and as I said, different Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander communities have very different needs across the state, and that is something that needs to be worked through in respect and really wanting to understand the wants and needs of each Aboriginal community in New South Wales.
Minister, last year the Minister for Aboriginal Affairs made reference to a working group of ministers looking at the issue of closing the gap. Are you on that working group?
I'm on the joint. I attend the Closing the Gap joint council with the Minister for Aboriginal Affairs and CAPO.
So that is
in relation to matters that are relevant to my portfolio.
So that is the ministerial working group that he was referring to. Is that the one that you're on, or is this a different working group?
I'm on the joint council, and I attend joint council meetings where they are relevant to my portfolio, as do other ministers.
And how often have you attended?
There have been, I have attended 4 of those sessions so far.
And who
I
chairs?
believe they attend quarterly. They meet quarterly, and I have attended 2 sessions of each.
There have been 2, yeah. And they-
2 out of the 4.
There haven't been 4. There haven't been 4. There have been 2 meetings.
Yeah.
2 that they could avoid.
Yes. Yeah, there's been 2 of those meetings, 2 of those groups of meetings, and I have attended 2 of each of those groups of meetings since they started.
Yep. Okay. And who chairs the meetings?
They are chaired by the by CAPO.
Okay.
They're co-chaired.
And have you
Co-chaired by the Minister and by CAPO.
have you placed on the agenda carers or domestic and family violence?
I don't place anything on that agenda.
Have you requested?
This is that particular council is a council that is well and truly and should rightly be led by Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander people. It is not for the government to tell Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander people what they should be doing, particularly when we are trying to work so hard to overcome over 200 years of
Minister,
non-Aboriginal people
what I was
telling
asking
Aboriginal
is
people what
that
to do.
previously you said you don't know what the needs of Aboriginal carers are. I was asking if you've raised this as an issue at what is considered the peak government ministerial council.
I have not raised it because I am led, and this government should rightly be led by the wants and needs of Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander people, particularly in relation to that council.
Have you met with the Aboriginal Women's Advisory Network?
I have.
And again ask if will you continue to fund that organisation?
There is no intention of reducing funding for the Aboriginal Women's Advisory Network. They've been doing some really wonderful work travelling around the state, talking to Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander communities, hearing many different voices, many different experiences, and the advice that A1 provides is very important.
Minister, have you met with the Minister for Health regarding key directions?
I meet with my ministerial colleagues about a range of issues on many different issues.
So you have met about key directions?
As I said, I meet with my ministerial colleagues on many different issues.
So what are you doing to ensure that key directions meets the target or meets the needs of carers? Again, this is in your action plan. Do you know what key directions is?
I will need to seek advice on that.
Minister, under the Carers Recognition Act, there is a requirement that agencies must recognise and value carers, ensuring that they're consulted on policy. Key directions is that for the Department of Health. I ask you in relation to local government, what action is being taken to ensure that they're compliant with the Act?
Each department is responsible for ensuring that they are compliant with that Act.
But as the Minister responsible for carers, are you overseeing, monitoring? Do you have a working group? Do you care?
The Carers Advisory Council is the council that provides me advice in relation to carers, and they regularly bring issues to me, including cost of living, including the need for better awareness on what a carer is. That particular program is not an issue that the Carers Advisory Council has raised with me.
In relation to the Ministerial Advisory Council on Ageing, have you met with the Council?
I certainly have.
I'm interested to know, do you support their position in lowering the age of eligibility for social housing from 80 years?
The Ministerial Advisory Council on the Ageing has, I understand, raised this with the Minister for Housing. In fact, I attended a workshop with a number of different ageing peaks with the Minister for Housing last year in Parliament, and housing was an issue that was firmly placed on the, or obviously was one of the key issues that they that was raised at that, and the Minister for Housing certainly agreed that we need to do better for
So you support
seniors housing and housing more generally.
Yeah, so you support lowering the age?
I think that we need to consider how best to provide housing for people as they age, and we need to ensure that there are as many different options for people as they age to enable to have safe and secure housing.
Minister, can you advise what's happened to the Reducing Social Isolation for Seniors grant program?
Yes, I can. It has been more properly, I think, identified as being called the Connecting Seniors Grants Program.
Crossbench.
Thank you. Thank you. So, can we just go to something a bit different? Are you aware of the People with Disability Australia's Building Access End of Project report?
I'm not familiar with that particular
This was a
report.
report that PWDA did into looking into how accessible for people with disability the domestic and family violence frontline services were, and sort of basically what the, how accessible it is for people with disability to access what they need to access around domestic and family violence.
Yep.
Have you done anything in relation to that report? Has there been anything done within government on that?
I do know that certainly as far as people, women and children with disabilities, the new accommodation that is being built in relation to core and cluster certainly has to meet disability standards. In fact, I had a conversation with a provider very recently about disability standards in a particular core and cluster.
In the report, they found a concerning 100% of women with disability said they experienced fear and mistrust of DB services and authorities. What are you doing to address that?
Certainly, we need to, and we have been listening to the voices of victim survivors. In my everyday work, my office is frequently contacted by survivors, and as would be expected, some of them.
In terms of this report, though, it's pretty damning. So 100% of women with disabilities have experienced fear and mistrust of services.
That's certainly not good enough.
No. 71% of women with disability feel unwelcome when accessing DFE services.
Yep.
57% of women with disability avoid seeking support due to their negative past experiences. And 28% of women with disability report fear of having their children removed from their care if they access domestic and family violence services. These are pretty shocking statistics. Is that the first you've heard of them?
I did know. I know that particular cohorts have worse experiences with domestic and family violence.
I raised this
people
report.
with disability.
I raised this report in Parliament in November and set out these statistics in a notice of motion. It was passed by consensus, so including by government members, saying, basically calling on the government to work with victim survivors with disability and their representatives to create and fund initiatives which understand the nuanced reality of the experiences that victim survivors with disability face. Given that this was passed in Parliament, did you then reach out to advocates in the space and begin those discussions?
Certainly, there's been there's been a number of initiatives that are being implemented to improve the experience of domestic and family violence victims with a disability. The frontline workers that are being provided as part of the National Partnership Agreement. There will be new frontline workers as part of that agreement, specifically aimed at supporting people with a disability. Funding for People with Disability Australia is being provided to support accessibility improvements and to give specialised support for women with disability at domestic and family violence services across New South Wales. There's been funding for Intellectual Disability Rights Service to expand their service delivery and case management. There's been we have developed Easy Read domestic and family violence awareness resources for people with an intellectual disability.
But what's been done differently since the 30th of November when this motion was passed, calling on the government to speak with stakeholders to improve the experience of people with disability when accessing domestic and family violence services?
The government, including government public servants, regularly speak with people with domestic
Have you
violence.
met with disability advocates in relation to domestic and family violence issues?
I haven't. I can't recall that I've had formal meetings. However, when I'm at events, domestic and family violence events, then I have conversations with people with disability at those events.
What is the point of an organisation like People with Disability Australia, incredibly well-respected organisation, peak organisation in Australia, providing these findings and recommendations, them being basically ignored? I put up a motion to make it very clear what the findings were in Parliament, so we all could see these damning statistics, making a very clear call for the government to meet with stakeholders to work out what they could do to address this. What's the point of going through all of that if then there's no direct response from yourself as Minister for Prevention of Domestic and Family Violence in response to it?
But there is action being taken by the government to address the issues experienced by domestic and family violence victims with a disability. There's no doubt there's action being taken.
Sure, and there's been action taken for, some small incremental action taken by successive governments that hasn't achieved what it needs to. The sector are asking for a discussion where they're able to talk about this and say, look, what you're doing is or is not sufficient. Why are you not meeting on the back of that damning report with disability advocates and seeing what you can do to make sure that what your government is doing is sufficient? How do you know?
I'm more than happy to meet with People with Disability Australia, and I haven't had a request from them to meet, but having you brought this to my attention, I'm more than happy to meet with them directly to discuss.
Because with respect, you have had a request. You had a request from the Legislative Council to work with victim survivors with disability and their representatives to fix the issues.
I'll take on notice what's occurred in relation to following up on that.
Thank you. Just as a broader point, what happens when we go through this process in the upper house where we pass these motions? Are they brought to your attention?
They are.
And is there then a mechanism where your department or your office makes sure that they're then followed up on once they've been approved and passed?
That's probably something that, as you've raised, we need to get tighter on.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to talk to you about Newcastle and Hunter region in particular. I wrote to you last year, maybe at the beginning of this year, in relation to a crisis that was occurring in relation to basically so much demand for domestic and family violence services in Newcastle and Hunter, that there were people living in tents in car parks, people were sleeping on the front steps of domestic and family violence refuges. they experienced an incredible surge over that holiday period in 2023. I wrote to you asking for you to look into it. You responded saying that basically the crisis had passed, which I understand it had. What are you doing to make sure that we don't get this again over the holiday period in 24?
As you know, as soon as I became aware, and in fact, as soon as the department became aware of the fact that that one of the services, for women and children, were having issues in relation to dealing with people who are coming to them for requests. DCJ reached out to Nova for Women and Children and worked through options to deal with that. I will make sure that coming up to the Christmas period that DCJ does that in relation to that particular service, because that's been 2 years running now that that's happened. Having said that, there is quite a number of additional resources that are going into the Hunter in relation to additional core and cluster accommodation, in relation to specialist domestic family violence workers. I can tell you how many the Hunter are going to be how many new specialist workers they're going to be getting. So the Hunter Valley, excluding Newcastle, will be getting a total of 7 additional workers, and Newcastle and Lake Macquarie will be getting a total of 11 new additional workers. That is specific. So Hunter Valley and Newcastle will be getting 3 new trainees, 2 workers who are identified as working with First Nations people, and 1 to work with children, young people, and 6 others. Newcastle and Lake Macquarie will be getting an additional 1 trainee, 2 new First Nations workers, 2 new cold workers, 1 new LGBTIQA worker, which I spoke about before with ACON.
So can I ask then, because you mentioned the specialist worker for children and young people. As you'll recall, at the end of the last financial year, there was a scramble to re-employ those 20 workers. I think we had just a few days before their contracts were to expire. We very grateful to see the funding coming through, even though it was at the last minute for those people. Are you now committing to provide recurrent funding for those 20 specialist workers, or are we going to have the same issue every year as to whether or not they will be retained?
So those specialist workers are employed with funds from the National Partnership Agreement. And the reason we stepped in was because we didn't have confirmation from the federal government last year about exactly what was going to be happening as far as the extension of that National Partnership Agreement. Those specialist children's workers at 20 refuges across New South Wales are really, really important supports, because we know that trauma in childhood affects people from a young age and can affect them for the rest of their lives, and indeed result in perpetration multi-generationally. So it's important. It's my view that support for children in relation to providing specialist workers continues, and I would ideally like to see specialist workers expanded. Obviously, one of the things that we do need to do as far as government is to make sure that the programs that we provide are providing evidence-based support, and that's something that that we that the government is always looking at doing.
Yeah.
But certainly, the feedback that I've been getting in relation to those workers is that the support they're providing is amazing, not just for the children, but allowing also the parent, the mother, to recover without having to worry about the trauma on the child.
Absolutely. So to keep those people in those jobs, it's very important that we give them certainty that they're going to continue to have jobs. Is there now a commitment for recurrent funding so that we won't have this uncertainty again when we come to the end of the financial year?
At the moment, I recognise that there is no commitment for ongoing funding. However, it is certainly one of the programs that are really, really high on my list to receive funding into the future.
Because in the grand scheme of things, we're talking $10 million, and for this government, you know, every penny has to be spent in the right way. Well, not pennies, but cents has to be spent as most effectively as possible. But really, $10 million is not a great deal, given the impact this has on people's lives,
Particularly the long-term impact.
Yeah,
And not just now, and not just within, not just to this budget now, but if we properly support victims now, then there's a whole range of services that those victims, survivors, won't need to access in the future, potentially.
Thank you. So can I just turn to something a bit different? So I understand, and as you'll know, I take a big interest in looking at consulting spend in people's annual reports. In the annual report for Department of Community and Justice, there is a line in there about a review by Rooftop Trust, who I understand to be known as Rooftop Social, $143,000 just over spent in the 22-23 financial year. The reason it piqued my interest is because it said that they were paid to review the coverage of sexual violence in men's behaviour change programs. Do you know what happened to that review? Do we have the report? Is it public? Is anything being done in relation to that? I'm just curious.
I haven't seen that as yet. I'll ask Mr. Tidball.
Ms Boyd, it's not a consultancy of which I have knowledge.
Yeah.
I'm very happy on notice to come back to the committee. Contextually, we are really bearing down on consultancy cost. Into 22-23, there was an allocation of we have, let me put it this way, we have significantly underspent on consultancy. Against an allocation of $10.4 million, we spent 5.5. The underspend was 4.9. But on that specific consultancy, I'm happy to revert.
I think there's been a lot of focus on having a solid evidence base for the types of men's behaviour change programs that we have. I think we're all in favour of rolling them out, but having them as most effective as possible. So I'm just very curious to know what the findings of that review was, and whether it's being used to inform future grants, etc. Okay, thank you very much. Can we turn to gender pay gap? So presumably you're aware of the record high $6,205 a year gender pay gap in the New South Wales public sector. When Labor was in opposition, they described the then 4.1% gap as unacceptable, blaming the disparity on the former coalition government's wage cap on female-dominated caring sectors. Obviously, it's going to take a while for changes that the Labor government has implemented to flow through. But what are you doing as Minister for Women to close the gap?
Well, there's a range of ways that this government is working to overcome the gender pay gap in public service, which we are absolutely committed to working towards overcoming. In particular, in relation to the public service, there is, in relation to applications for flexible work agreements, there's an if not, why not requirement. So basically there is an assumption that a flexible working arrangement can apply. The Public Service Commission has actually provided a work platform for job sharers to talk about the way their arrangements work and to support trials of flexible work. The People Matter employee survey provides an opportunity for all employees across the New South Wales Public Service to provide input into what needs to be done further in relation to flexible work arrangements. So that's a really important piece of information this government takes into account when looking at the systems that we have. In relation to our boards and in relation to appointments at senior level, it is something that is on the entire government's radar in relation to ensuring that we not only have 50% women in cabinet, but also have senior levels of all government properly represented with gender equality and that women have a reasonable representation.
Opposition?
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. In the last budget estimates hearing last November, we were talking about progress on the LEC report, Review of New South Wales Police Force Responses to Domestic and Family Violence Incidents, which was published in June last year. There were 13 recommendations in that report, and the government still hasn't provided a response. What's the status of the government response?
That is an issue for the Police Minister.
So, review of responses to domestic and family violence is nothing that you have any involvement with, Minister?
The Police Minister has oversight of providing a response in relation to LEC recommendations.
And when did you last meet with the Minister for Police to discuss the government response to this report?
I frequently meet with and have informal discussions, in fact, with the Police Minister about domestic and family violence matters.
And in relation to this report?
I meet on a regular basis because the matters that are raised within that report are not necessarily just only raised within that report. They may be matters that come up at later points as well. So.
And can you tell us on the last occasion on which you specifically discussed the matters in that report with the Minister for Police?
For those particular matters, I'd have to take that on notice. I do, however, need to note that conversations, some issues between some discussions and developments within between ministers are cabinet in confidence. So I will undertake to provide you.
I'm not asking for the detail of it. I'm asking for the progress of it, and I'm asking.
Well, I think
to
progress
see...
is the detail, really.
When was your last meeting with the Minister for Police to discuss domestic violence and sexual assaults specifically?
I can take that on notice.
Thank you very much. You also said budget estimates in November in relation to the process of dealing with these matters going forward, that we want to move towards having a real whole-of-government approach to dealing with domestic and family violence. Certainly at the last meeting I had with the Police Minister, the Attorney General was there, and it was about progressing a true whole-of-government approach and how we can make sure that all of our systems fit into one another. What actions have been taken to ensure that this whole-of-government approach exists?
There's been quite a considerable amount of work in relation to ensuring that our governance in relation to domestic and family violence is up to scratch or certainly improves from where it is. That is certainly the domestic family sexual violence board which is chaired by Mr. Tidball.
Sorry, Minister. The question was in relation to a whole-of-government response and specifically coordination
Yes.
between you as the
Yes.
Minister, the Police Minister, the Attorney General. I'm not asking about governance boards, I'm asking about ministerial coordination. And
Well, I
in
would have
res-
thought that ministerial discussions also related to governance. So
Well,
the
in-
systems that ministers...
are implementing. Thank you. But if there's a whole of government approach, why are you apparently excluded from a consideration of the government response to the LEC report in relation to domestic and family violence?
The LEC report is specifically in relation to police.
Well, Minister, with
So-
respect, a whole of government response coordinating between Attorney General and Police and Minister for Women and Prevention of Domestic Violence, wouldn't that require you to be involved in the whole of government discussions about the government response to that report?
This government is very clearly taking a whole of government approach to a huge number of issues that are facing us, including domestic, family and sexual violence.
Does whole of government include the Ministry for Women?
Whole of government absolutely includes whole of government.
Then why aren't you involved in discussions in relation to the LEC report?
The LEC report is the responsibility of the Minister for Police. I will let the Minister for Police put the response to the LEC recommendations.
Minister,
that's the Minister
you're
for
either
Police's
working
role.
in silos, women's silo, police silo, Attorney General silo, or you're working whole of government across issues that touch everybody in New South Wales. Which one is it?
This government is working whole of government way better than previous governments have. For example, the Women's Safety Commissioner, Dr. Hannah Tonkin, is the first standalone Women's Safety Commissioner, and she was appointed as the standalone Women's Safety Commissioner by this government. First standalone Women's Safety Commissioner of any of the states and territories across
Thank
Australia.
you. That's very
the Women's
interesting,
Safety
but
Commissioner
it doesn't go to the fact that your insights apparently aren't welcome in relation to the government response to the LEC report.
I reject that assertion. I totally reject it.
Well, then when did you
I
meet with
totally
the Police
reject
Minister
it.
to discuss the response?
And I've taken that question on notice and I will provide it. Now, you asked me about whole of government response, and I am trying to give you a response on what this government is doing in relation to taking a whole of government response. And a key part of that is the work of the Women's Safety Commissioner. Now, the Women's Safety Commissioner, as I said, the first Women's Safety Commissioner of any state and territory, standalone position in Australia. Her role is to provide leadership and oversight of whole of government policy and programs on domestic, family and sexual violence. Her role is to provide advice and support on cross-sector and whole of government women's safety policy development, law reform and service delivery.
Thank you very much, Minister. That's
Her
very interesting
role,
information. She's
I
not a
can
minister,
continue
though,
to-
is she?
No, but
so in
ministers
terms of-
cannot do everything
Absolutely.
that government needs
and
to do.
that's why whole
and that's
of
why we
government
employ
oversight
people.
for these issues is important. So on that point, are there regular joint meetings with other ministers in relation to domestic violence? When was the last time that you met with the Police Minister, the Attorney General, the Minister with respect to homelessness to discuss whole of government response to domestic violence?
The last time I met with the Minister for Housing in relation to this issue was last week.
And was the Attorney General also present?
Well, I'm not going to go into discussions that Cabinet have in relation to domestic and family violence.
Minister,
but-
I'm asking how your whole of government approach is working. So, for example,
It's working pretty fine, actually.
and in relation to the
Well, it's certainly
Police
working.
Commissioner,
It's,
are
wor-
you
it's
meeting-
working much better than what it used to.
so you would be as concerned as we all are about the fact that there are 4 known deaths in New South Wales due to domestic violence this year, according to Counting Dead Women Australia. Have you met with the Police Commissioner to discuss these disturbing deaths?
As I think I indicated earlier in the session, one death by domestic and family violence is one death too many. I think counting dead women counts not just deaths of women who have lost their lives due to domestic and family violence. I think counting dead women also counts deaths of women who have died violently at the hands of somebody else. It may not actually be domestic and family violence. But as I said this morning, I have had phone calls with the Police Commissioner, and I regularly meet with police, including,
And your
as I
last
said this
meeting
morning,
to discuss this issue with the Police Commissioner was?
I'll have to take that on notice, but I can certainly, and I can take on notice when last conversations were as well.
I understand from your diary disclosures that the last time you met with the New South Wales Police was on the 25th of August last year at a round table to discuss domestic violence matters in the Central West. And since April 2023, your diary discloses no meetings at all with Deputy Commissioners, Assistant Commissioners in relation to any of these matters.
I think diary disclosures are only for external bodies. They don't actually, they don't reflect.
Well, if you can provide additional details of how the whole of government
absolutely,
focus on domestic violence is working, I'd be very grateful.
I can provide you extensive detail on the work that this government is doing in relation to whole of government. In fact, I'd like to talk about it now, if you'd like to hear about
Well,
it.
what I
rather
really
than
know is-
when I last spoke with the Police Commissioner.
Well, what's important
that's
is
part-
how
that's
much
part of it.
attention this issue is getting, because given the increase in domestic violence and sexual assault in our communities, and given the cost to the New South Wales budget, $3.3 billion between 2020 and 2025, according to the 2023-24 Gender Equality Budget Statement. Isn't this an appropriate issue to prioritise a meeting with the Commissioner?
As I said, I have regular conversations.
Thank you.
Minister, in regards to elder abuse in New South Wales, you said at estimates last year the government will continue to work with the Commission on addressing issues relating to elder abuse and demands for its services. Could you outline what work's been done since November last year?
The Ageing Disability Commissioner has been very active in getting out into the community to both
I'm actually asking
improve-
about what you've done. I'll be speaking to the Commissioner this afternoon, but interested to know who you've met with regarding this issue, what your priorities are.
Well, the priority is to identify and reduce elder abuse, and certainly the role of the Ageing Disability Commissioner is a key role in that. And I've met with the Ageing Disability Commissioner on a number of occasions to talk about the programs that are in place. Certainly, as well, the Ministerial Advisory Council on the Ageing has an interest in this, as do some local governments. I've met with, in fact, I've been out to North Sydney Local Council for the establishment of their elder abuse collaborative.
So from what I'm gathering from you, it's everybody else is doing something, but I can't ascertain exactly what you, as the Minister, the seniors, is doing.
I am ensuring that elder abuse has, well, the reduction of elder abuse and raising awareness of elder abuse has sufficient resources to be able to for that reduction to occur.
So have you approached the Treasurer or the Premier about increasing funding for the Ageing and Disability Commission?
I'll take that on notice.
Also, Minister, in relation, your comments in regards to the importance of addressing elder abuse, has your position in relation to a New South Wales strategy for elder abuse changed?
No, it
So
hasn't.
you don't support a strategy?
Sorry, has
You-
my
Your position in relation to
okay.
having a strategy?
So there is currently work being done at a national level with the Standing Council of Attorneys General on what needs to occur at a national level in relation to elder abuse, and New South Wales will be working with the federal government and our other states and territories.
Will you commit to a New
ensure
South
that-
Wales strategy?
I will work with the Attorney General, who will have overall, who is represented on that SCAG, for want of a better term, on that.
So you have put to the Attorney General that we should have a strategy?
I think we need to be doing everything that we possibly can in relation to reducing elder abuse. Look, we've provided a status update in relation to what New South Wales has done for the first elder abuse national plan. We are in the process of providing our second status update in relation to the national plan, and we'll work with the federal government on ensuring that New South Wales has actions and strategies that are consistent with the upcoming national plan for reducing elder abuse.
Minister, have you been consulted on the New South Wales homelessness strategy?
I frequently have discussions with the Minister for Housing and Homelessness on the needs in relation to my portfolios in relation to housing.
So you have been consulted on the strategy?
I have no doubt that comments and conversations that I've had with the Minister for Housing and Homelessness will be considered in relation to that strategy.
You are aware that women who are over 55 are one of the fastest growing cohorts of people at risk of experiencing homelessness?
Absolutely.
Minister, in regards to women escaping domestic violence, are you aware that they're required to provide evidence to access temporary accommodation?
Yes, and I am also aware that this government actually loosened up the requirements in relation to evidence that was needed to access temporary accommodation.
So you're aware that women are being turned away from temporary accommodation because they don't have that evidence? These are vulnerable women with children that are being turned away.
I can tell you that many, many fewer women are being turned away as a result of not having evidence, not having sufficient evidence since this government has gotten into government, and
How many women have been turned away?
I will always work to ensuring that women that we improve what we provide in relation to women and children needing homes and their experience when they need a roof over their head when they've experienced domestic and family violence, whether that be in refuge or whether it be indeed in their own home.
But Minister, you admitted that there are women and children being turned away from temporary accommodation because they don't have evidence, which means they're either going back to the abusive relationship or having to sleep on the street. What are you doing about that?
I did not admit that.
You said that there is a requirement to produce evidence and that people are being turned away.
I said, no, that was what you said. I said that since coming to government, this government has relaxed the rules around evidence being provided for women who attend for women who need emergency accommodation, and so this government has provided a much better outcome for women who are experiencing domestic and family violence in relation to emergency accommodation. Can we do better? No doubt we can, but we've made considerable loosening of requirements since coming into government.
Are you aware of the Homeless New South Wales report that they put out in December last year, Safe, Accessible and Available, examining the temporary accommodation system in New South Wales? In that report, they actually said, and this is information provided by clients, that women have been turned away. And what action will you take?
We're doing a lot in relation to providing additional accommodation for
I'm
for
asking about what action
women.
you take to ensure that women are not being turned away from temporary accommodation.
Well, I've already indicated that we have loosened the requirements around women and children being turned away from temporary accommodation. If there's more to be done, I'm happy to listen to it.
Minister,
As I'm sure the Minister for Housing and Homeless, well, not wanting to speak for her, but it is an issue that is very close to. I don't want to use close to our hearts, because that sounds trite, but it's an issue that we know we want to deal with better than what has been being done.
so you have met with the Minister about this particular issue?
As I said, I meet with my parliamentary colleagues, my ministerial colleagues, in relation to issues.
But not this one?
I'm not saying that. As I said, I meet with my parliamentary colleagues and my ministerial colleagues on issues relating to my portfolio on a regular basis.
Crossbench.
Thank you, Chair. Just coming back to the People with Disability Australia's report on their building access project, I understand that they've called on the New South Wales Government to invest just over $1.8 million over 5 years to continue delivery of that program, which will basically seeing all New South Wales domestic and family violence services brought up to standard in terms of accessibility. Is that something that you are advocating funding for?
I think we need to explore absolutely on how to ensure that women and children who need accommodation, and certainly a new core and cluster accommodation will be disability friendly.
Yeah.
We certainly need to do work to retrofit our existing, and there is work being done in that space. At the moment, the responsibility for that sits under Minister Jackson, but I do know that there is work being done in that space.
Following the Disability Royal Commission, will the New South Wales Government actively support or work with the federal and other state and territory governments to develop a 5-year action plan for women and children with disability to accompany the national plan to end violence against women and children?
Could you please ask that question again? I just want to make sure that I answer it properly.
So, looking at the Disability Royal Commission recommendations, being asked to develop a 5-year action plan for women and children with disability to accompany the national plan to end violence against women and children 2022 to 2032. Is that something that you will be participating in the work of?
It's certainly something that we need. That recommendation is certainly a recommendation that we need to certainly consider and work out how to implement.
Has your office been involved in the New South Wales Government's response to the Royal Commission recommendations?
The Disability Commission recommendations are being worked through. It's a pretty big piece of work. I'll ask Mr. Tibble to...
Very, very quickly, the Disability Royal Commission, DCGA, is leading, and Ms Campbell on my left, as Deputy Secretary, is leading the whole of government response, and It is very whole of government. It's a considerable piece of work, and that work is has begun already.
Okay, but it definitely involves the overlap with the Minister for Prevention of Domestic Family Violence as well, and
There's
sexual
specific
assault.
recommendations that relate, as you said, to domestic and family violence. So we've run Minister Washington's actually got lead responsibility, and there have been 2 forums with the sector and people with lived experience, and there's some further ones coming up to get their feedback on the recommendations and what we need to do in New South Wales to respond to those.
Thank you. Minister, we talked briefly about the definitions of domestic violence and coercive control earlier, and the criticisms of those definitions in our legislation, specifically in relation to coercive control, because it's now out of line with the national principles to address coercive control. But one of the other recommendations coming out of the Disability Royal Commission is that the legislative definitions of family and domestic violence be expanded to include relationships in which people with disability would commonly experience domestic violence, so including from family, carer and support workers, and to cover that sort of disability-based violence and abuse and coercive control. Is that something that you've been looking at?
I think we need to look at the implementation of the legislation itself first up, but certainly those there's certainly been a call for relationships that aren't intimate relationships to be included under the legislation. The definition is quite narrow at the moment. We'll see how that definition works and the piece of legislation works to start off with, but then certainly worthwhile looking at expanding beyond intimate partner relationships in relation to the application of the coercive control legislation.
Thank you. In relation to the National Construction Code minimum accessibility standards, I think I asked you about this last time. Often it's been thought of as so this is the minimum accessibility requirements for new builds in the state. So this is something...
Silver gold standards.
That's the one. Something that Queensland, Victoria, the ACT, everybody except us and I think one other state have adopted. It's not just a matter for people with disability, obviously, it's a matter for people who want to live in their house as they're getting older or for those with mobility issues. What have you been doing to advocate for New South Wales to adopt those standards?
Certainly this is an issue that has been raised by a number of the key groups that I meet with, the Older Women's Network, the Ministerial Advisory Council on the Ageing, CODA, because it is a really key part of people being able to remain in their homes, and that's what we want people to be able to do rather than them having to move out, and we want homes to be as adaptable as they possibly can be. So I've certainly been hearing those voices and hearing the issue. I know there is work being done by that is being done by Minister Champathong. That's something that's being reviewed. That piece of legislation, or those not legislation, the standards and the implementation of the standards within New South Wales is something that the Minister for Building has oversight of. And he would, I would think that he would be aware of the concerns in relation to the need.
Have you been adding your voice, though, as
Absolutely.
Minister for Seniors, to...
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. You will have no doubt seen the quite shocking report in relation to the Northern Rivers floods and the reports of just a completely inappropriate response to people suffering from domestic and family violence situations, and even reports of sexual assault. What is the government doing to ensure that domestic violence responses are embedded in disaster response?
I have actually recently met with the author of that report, Associate Professor Foote, and Professor Professor Margaret Alston recently met with them and talked about the issues in relation to that report. Even before that report was brought out, though, there have been some changes, there are changes being made in relation to how we deal with disasters and particularly how evacuation centres are run. Domestic Violence New South Wales, as you know, ran a forum about regional responses to disasters, and prior to the bushfire season, just before Christmas, I really wanted to make sure that that our services and that our government response would be ready if there were any emergencies. Thankfully, we didn't have any emergencies any significant emergencies over the Christmas period. But it's absolutely true that responses need to be trauma informed in those centres. One of the things about that report that really struck me, though, was there was certainly the issue about the terrible experiences of people who have been in evacuation centres, and certainly anecdotal reports of people having been sexually assaulted. But what struck me was the incredible leadership of women. I think that was one of the things that Associate Professor Foote was really keen to talk to me about, the way that women actually are often just through a need for survival to actually be at the fore in those particular circumstances without necessarily having a formal evacuation centre. So there has been a review of, there's been a development of an evacuation centre manual. This is not within my portfolio, but I have.
So you've been speaking with the Minister of Emergency Services.
I've been speaking with the Minister. I've been speaking. So the portfolios that have responsibility for this are actually the Minister for Housing and Homelessness through SHSs. Is that right? Yep. And when it gets to a larger evacuation centre, police become involved. So at a smaller level, the evacuation centre manual has been developed, and that provides guidance on how to set up and run a centre that promotes safety and privacy. This is since the Lismore floods. There's been recruitment and training of an additional 200 personnel, which will allow for more personnel to be rostered on. And there's also been, and this is something that Associate Professor Foote talked with me about, the need for exercises for training. So there's certainly been a program of exercises which stimulate a real centre. There were 5 exercises held in 2023, and there's 10 intended for 2024. And at the end of last year, the State Emergency Management Committee tasked the police and DCJ to review the major evacuation centre guidelines. So they are. Just need to check the numbers that we're talking. I can.
Yeah, maybe come back on.
I'll come back with the numbers that applies to, and that review commenced at the end of last month.
Great, thank you. Are you aware of the recent analysis that found that a third of Australian universities have still not set up specialised committees to address sexual violence, despite it being a key recommendation since 2017?
Yeah. Yes. Certainly that most recent report was very disturbing.
Very disturbing. Did you meet with the Education Minister ahead of her meeting with other ministers last week to finalise that action plan that she then participated in?
I have had discussions with the Minister for Education, and my office has had discussions with that office in relation to that.
Did you have involvement and input into the draft action plan that was released last year in December?
I don't recall. I'll have to take that on notice.
Thank you. That would be useful. Can I just ask you about drink spiking? You recall in last estimates I raised with you the misstep from your government, unfortunately, in relation to the drink spiking campaign. I understand that that has now been fixed and the messaging has been fixed, so that's fantastic. When I asked in estimates last week, Gaming and Liquor New South Wales said that they still have no timeline for rolling out training across pubs and clubs. I'm a bit concerned that given we've had a 20% increase in reported drink spiking in 2023 compared to 2022, I'm a bit concerned that we're going a bit slow. Is this something that, as Minister for Prevention of Sexual Violence, you are involved in or pushing for? What can you do to try and push that along a bit quicker?
I can certainly, knowing that answer, take that on board.
Okay.
As you know, we've got some, there was some movement last year. Note of Violence, the CEO of Note of Violence actually, the CEO of Full Stop Australia she actually chaired the workshop in relation to drink spiking, which ended up coming up with I think a result that was very acceptable and quite welcomed by victim survivors, particularly the organisation What Were You Wearing?
Yes, great. Okay. Something we've talked a lot about over the last several years is the lack of basically line items in the budget to allow us to track spending on domestic and family violence prevention and response. So there's no sort of clear line where we can see how much was spent over different years. Will you commit to finally having such a line in the 2024-25 budget?
I can't commit to what will actually be showing up in the budget, but I can tell you that we will have a primary prevention strategy in place, and that will be taking that will be identifying right across the government all of the work that is being done within the primary prevention space, including what's being done with sporting organisations, what's being done with in education, what's being done with the corporate world, and I will be taking that to ARC for budget consideration.
Thank you. We've spoken a lot in these estimates about your interaction with other ministers within your role as Minister for Prevention of Domestic and Family Violence and Sexual Violence. This is not something that is unique to the way that the Labor government has set up departments and responsibilities. It's something that I certainly experienced frustration with in the last government as well, whether it's disability or it is domestic and family violence. The criticism is that when we have a whole of government response to something, that often then nobody is actually responsible. In everybody being responsible, there's nowhere that we can point to and say, well, the buck stops there. This is your responsibility. And if we don't see change, then we know where to look. I know that you care deeply about this issue. Do you think that there is anything structurally that the government could change to prioritise your voice on these issues across government?
I certainly think that there's work to be done in the governance space for domestic and family sexual violence, and there are structures currently in place, including the council that advises me, the board that has the DCJ secretary and the deputy secretaries on it, SteerCo, the steering council in relation to domestic family sexual violence. There's a lot of bodies that are actually working in the space. It's a matter of whether they're actually fitting together.
Yeah.
And that is, there's work being done currently by the Women's Safety Commissioner in relation to governance structures, so that to reduce and hopefully eradicate this kind of thing.
Yeah. Do you think that if your position was within the Premier's cluster, that it would carry more weight and you would have more ability to progress this issue, or perhaps be more directing on the issue? Would it give it a higher priority within government?
Well, I think so. One of my portfolios is women, and it sits within Premier's department. So there is that. But I think what I don't think it necessarily comes down to one person. I think it comes down to making sure that we've got much better structures, and that is one of the things that I'm excited about in relation to the work that's being done by the Women's Safety Commissioner. When this government first came in, I saw it exactly how you see it. And I think I know that if we develop better governance structures, and if we make sure that our governance structures are tight and accountable, and the domestic family sexual violence board is properly accountable, and dare I say it, secretaries are properly accountable, then we'll get real outcomes. And government ultimately is accountable.
Thank you. Pass over.
Opposition?
Thank you very much. Minister, have you read any of the submissions to the Statutory Review into Ageing and Disability Commissioner Act?
I haven't read any of the detailed submissions, no.
Have you been briefed, or did you ask for a briefing in relation to the Commissioner's submission?
I have been briefed as part of the decision in relation to the government's response to that review.
Were you consulted on the recommendations and government's position?
Yes, I was.
Do you support a parliamentary committee being set up in relation to the Ageing and Disability Commissioner, similar to we have one for the Advocate for Children and Young People, LEC, as recommended by the Commissioner in their submission?
That's something that's currently being worked through by the government, and I know, I have discussions with the Minister for Disability Inclusion on that. The Minister for Disability Inclusion and I have oversight of that piece of legislation, and I'm not going to indicate which way the government's going to land on that.
Okay. Minister, you have a discretionary fund of $200,000 in relation to carers. Has that money been spent?
I do not have a discretionary fund of $200,000 in relation to carers.
Do you have one in relation to women?
I do have a discretionary fund in relation to $200,000 discretionary fund in relation to women.
And has any of those funds been spent?
I believe there are currently a couple of applications being considered in relation to that fund. They are currently with Women New South Wales for recommendation to me.
Do you have a discretionary fund for volunteers, seniors or domestic violence?
I do not have a discretionary fund for any of those portfolios.
Why is it for women only but not for the others?
That is probably a historical issue, Ms McLaren-Jones. When we came to government, that is the discretionary fund that was allocated to this portfolio.
Have you sought to have a discretionary fund for the others, or considered spreading that $200,000 across the other portfolios, or have you chosen one over another?
I think one of the things that is very important for government to do is ensure that the spending that we make is accountable and transparent, and that where funds are spent and there are grant funds already available, that those grant funds that are already available are applied to for those funds. It's important that what we do as government is to spend money in accordance with what the community, what taxpayers expect of us, and I'm quite happy to do that within that discretionary fund.
Can you take on notice how much money from that discretionary fund has been spent today?
I can tell you that no money has been spent from that discretionary fund as at today.
But there's 2 applications in.
There are currently 2 applications in for that fund.
Minister, are you aware of the National Carers Survey that was released by Carers New South Wales late last year?
I am.
And you've read the report?
I have.
So you're aware that they've raised concerns about cost of living pressures and how carers have been affected because of reduced incomes and also the rising cost of living pressures, which is also impacting on their health and well-being. Can I ask, what support are you giving carers in relation to cost of living pressures?
I actually met with the previous chair and deputy chair of the Carers Advisory Council recently in relation to cost of living and indeed this report. There are a number of ways that this government provides support to carers to assist with cost of living. The companion card provides free access to venues and events for a card holder's companion. So the companion card is actually held by the person who needs care.
And how many people have got the companion card?
There are currently
55,000.
55,000 people with a companion card. We are also, there is also a carers landing page for Service New South Wales, which helps carers navigate the cost of living measures that are in place to support them. And depending upon a carer's individual circumstances, different cost-saving measures available to them. One of the things that we talked about, that the chair and the deputy chair talked about when I met with them recently, was about the knowledge of that carers landing page, and that's a real challenge for us as government to increase the awareness of that carers landing page, particularly when I think I said earlier in budget estimates, when some people don't even identify themselves as being carers. So that's certainly a challenge that we have. The conversations with carers that is run with Carers New South Wales is one way of raising awareness in relation to cost of living measures that the government provides, but it's a real challenge when carers are so busy caring for people, for the person they're caring for, they sometimes don't have a chance to look outside their day-to-day.
Any support that you provide to help a carer re-enter the workforce?
There is, particularly women, because as you know, there are most carers are women. There's a number of programs that that the government provides to assist carers re-enter the workforce. And
what's the name of the program?
Return to Work Pathways program is one.
And how many people are participating in that program?
So the Return to Work Pathways program actually provides grants to organisations, and I can take on notice exactly which of those grants have been provided to carers organisations. I think Carers New South Wales
have a grant.
Yeah.
Just a couple of final questions in relation to the Seniors Festival. Has the government cut funding to that?
The government has not cut funding to the Seniors Festival.
In relation to questions you were asked at the last hearing, you indicated that 20% of the funding that's been allocated was to go to the regions. What percentage of seniors reside in the regions compared to metropolitan areas?
I think I'd have to take that on notice. Yeah, I'll take that on notice, just to
And-
ensure that I give you the correct figures.
And if you can also check that whether or not the amount that's actually being given to the regions is fairly proportional to the number of seniors in the regions.
Yeah, so I can also, when I provide that information, what I'll do is not just provide information in relation to the festival and the activities that are undertaken with the festival, but I'll also make sure that what I do is I provide you with all of the Connecting Seniors grants that have been given to organisations that are in the regions and rural areas, because there's significant amount of, significant proportion of that that has been provided to organisations and councils that are in regional, rural and remote New South Wales.
Can I also just put to you again to check whether or not you have a carer's discretionary fund?
I do not have a carer's discretionary fund.
Okay. That's it.
Okay, I think that's it. Questions?
Thank you. Minister, you were asked earlier about support to women leaving a violent relationship and support for housing. One of the government's election commitments was to waive the eligibility for victims of domestic violence to access the Rent Start bond loan scheme. Is there an update you could provide us on that?
Yes, there is. Let me just find the information on Rent Start. I have information on information on the shared equity scheme. Let me just find the Rent Start information. What the Rent Start bond loan scheme does is extends the waiving the bond loan scheme to victim survivors of domestic violence, domestic and family violence, so they don't actually have to achieve the existing eligibility criteria, or what was the existing eligibility criteria. So it waives or provides a loan for the bond, and also provides 2 weeks advance rent to establish a tenancy. As at just a few days ago, there's actually been 42 women who might not have otherwise been assisted in achieving a home, a rental home. They've been assisted with a 4-week bond and an additional 2-week rent assistance under that scheme. So, yeah, 42 clients who would otherwise not have a permanent roof under their head, who've been able to achieve that through expansion of this fund under this government.
Thank you, Minister.
Is that all? Okay, thank you very much, Minister. We'll now break and come back at 2 o'clock after lunch.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's also all from you, Minister, too.
Afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your continuing presence. My first question is, Mr. Tidwell, to you in relation to coercive control. And in an answer to a question on notice following a previous budget estimates hearing, the advice was that funding of 1.98 million had been allocated to the delivery of community education and awareness about coercive control. Could you give us some details about how that money is being spent and what form and shape that community education is taking?
Yeah, I can. The first phase is an educational website which was launched in August last year, and feedback from stakeholders and members of the public on that has been noted, but has generally been positive. The second phase...
Sorry to interrupt you. The feedback was solicited or it was spontaneous?
I believe it was solicited, so we have been careful to use a test and to market test all that we have done.
Great, thank you.
The second phase currently underway is a broad advertising campaign designed for social media, and that is designed for launch in April this year. The third phase is, which is also currently underway, are tailor campaigns for First Nations and multicultural communities, due to launch in May of this year.
Great. And if we wanted to have a look at these, are they available anywhere?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And if I could ask the Deputy Secretary now, in an answer to a question on notice following the previous estimates hearing, we're advised that the Domestic and Family Violence Workforce Development Strategy is expected to be finalised by mid-2024. Is that still the case?
Yes, that's still the case.
Great, thank you. And once it's been finalised, will there be an allocation of funds for its implementation?
I think that's under government consideration once we get the workforce findings. Obviously, it's really important that we act on any findings we get out of the workforce survey. So we'll be working with key stakeholders to inform a government response to that.
But you don't yet know whether you've got money to implement the findings that you hope to make?
Not at this point, no.
Okay, when would you be looking to have funding secured?
I guess because we don't have the workforce survey yet, it doesn't come back, I think, closer to the middle of the year, the analysis. I'd have to take that on notice.
So if it's still on track to be finalised by the middle of 2024, and we're the first third of 2024, we have no idea if it can be implemented or whether there'll be money to implement yet?
Not at this point until we know what the findings are and what resourcing is actually required, or do we need to do something different with the existing resourcing that we've got.
Okay, thank you. And again, during budget estimates in November, we're advised that in relation to New South Wales Police training for coercive control, quote, that training was developed in collaboration with domestic violence specialists. Could you please elaborate on what that collaboration looked like and which domestic violence specialists were involved?
I again need to take that one on notice.
Right.
I'm not sure. I think it was spoken about this morning that there may have been people who are on a panel, which is quite different, I guess, in terms of actually participating in a co-design process. So I'll need to take that on notice and follow up with police.
Right. Thank you very much. If you could take it on notice. Thank you. And again, back to you, Mr. Tidwell. In an answer to supplementary questions, it was acknowledged that, and I quote, people living in regional, rural and remote areas of New South Wales who experience violence face specific issues related to their geographic location and social and cultural characteristics of living in small communities. What are some examples of programs that are delivered specifically to those affected by domestic and family violence in regional, rural and remote communities that address these specific issues to which we've just made reference?
Yeah, look, what I might do is we definitely can help. I might ask Ms Campbell to start
great, thank
responding.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, so in terms of the core and cluster, which I know is only just beginning now, there's only been 5 on the ground. Of the existing tranche 1 and tranche 2, 39 refuges, 26 of those will be in tranches 1 and 2 will be in regional and rural areas. With the men's behaviour change programs, there are 16 providers in total across 29 locations in New South Wales, and this includes 13 providers in 22 rural and regional locations. In terms of staying home leaving violence, as you know, that's delivered by 32 providers across 91 LGAs, so this includes 29 providers in 69 rural and regional LGAs. With the integrated domestic and family violence, again that's delivered by 11 providers in 14 LGAs, and this includes 5 providers in 5 rural and regional LGAs. The WDV CAS, we have 27 providers operating statewide with 18 in rural and regional locations. Similarly with the local support services, we have 4 covering rural and regional New South Wales. And obviously with sexual assault services, New South Wales Health is the main provider, and that's delivered through local health districts. And I think I can certainly give a breakdown of the locations.
No, that's...
And just on the, if I may supplement Ms Campbell's response, similarly with men's behaviour change management programs, there are 16 providers which deliver programs in 29 locations. This includes 13 providers in 22 rural and regional locations.
Thank you. I wonder if, on notice, if it doesn't involve too much administrative work, it would be number of programs. It would be very interesting, I think, to see how they map out across New South Wales, and also the reach that each of them is expected to have. So what is the travel time expectation, for example, and what is the ability to travel in that particular area? If it was possible to generate something like that, that would be very helpful, I think.
Okay, we'll do our best.
Thank you.
Just finally, and the last one, did you talk about staying at home leaving violence?
I did indeed.
All right, got it. Thanks.
No, thank you. I note that the Far West Community Legal Centre Limited issued a media release on the 31st of January this year, advising that by 31st of July this year, they will cease delivering their 4 services, being the Far West Community Legal Centre, Warra Warra Legal Service, Staying Home Leaving Violence, and Women's Domestic Violence Court Advocacy Service. What arrangements are being made to ensure the ongoing delivery of these critical services to the Far West?
In responding to this question, I'm happy to answer the question. It's more in the context of the Secretary with responsibilities to the Attorney General that I've become aware of this issue. So in one step, I acknowledge that it does impact women.
Happy to get a whole of government response, Mr Titbull.
There was a specific, look, I know as much as there was a specific issue which pertained to insurance, and discussions were held with the Peak Group, which I think is I'm just trying to remember the name, Community Legal Centres Peak Group, and the issue was resolved. I have indicated that if there is an impasse or a difficulty, that I'm available to, I was aware of the issue. The issue has been resolved. If there was a problem with service continuity, I'd be very happy to deal with this matter offline, but I gather the issues were resolved. In terms of the granular detail of it, I would need Ms Carter to take that on notice, but I gather the issues have been resolved.
Look, if you could take on notice, because the primary concern is continuity of service delivery.
And it came about because of the PII matter, as I understand, and I believe that is fixed.
Okay. I wonder, it is important if you could just confirm that it has been fixed and there will be continuity of service. Thank you very much. I note boss car data indicating that the Mid-North Coast has one of the highest rates of domestic violence in regional New South Wales and indeed the state as a whole. Despite this evidence for need, why is the Staying Home Leaving Violence program not funded in the Port Macquarie Hastings local government area?
I'd need to take that on notice, and I might be able to come back to you before the end of today's session.
Thank you very much. And does the government intend to expand this very successful program so that more women and children will be able to benefit?
My understanding is that we're doing an evaluation of the existing program, and it's up for recommissioning. I think it's the year after next. And obviously we'll be looking at how it's working in different geographies, how it works for Aboriginal women and children, and that will then inform, I guess, where there are gaps in services, because we do recognise in some parts of New South Wales we don't have great coverage. Now, some of that's to do with having thinner markets and not enough providers on the ground, and also, I guess, with this government really focusing on building our ACO service delivery, given that about 30% of women and children are Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander, we really need to look at how we co-design and how we work with the sector, particularly through closing the gap to really improve those outcomes and look at different ways perhaps of how we deliver some of those services.
When you say recommissioning, is there any risk that any of these services will stop operating either generally or in particular areas?
Not that I'm aware of at the moment. I think, from time to time, some providers choose not to continue, and then sometimes there may be issues around performance, but obviously you go down a particular path if there are performance issues in terms of that NGO.
And you've got continuity plans in place to ensure continuity?
At this point, yeah.
Yeah, great.
And we've had some examples. The one you talked about earlier in relation to the Staying Home Leaving Violence out in Far West. New South Wales would be looking at other providers to pick up those services. So it could be either through a direct negotiation with that provider, or it could be an expression of interest process if there are multiple providers.
Sorry, I'm a little bit confused because I thought I understood from Mr Tidball that all of those services, the issue had been resolved and those issues were the services were continuing, but I think you've just said that some of them will be maintained by different providers.
Yeah, I think the Staying Home Leaving I'm happy to get some further information, but my understanding, Secretary, is there was also that service provided the Staying Home Leaving Violence program, so I know there's work underway to look at how that can transition.
Okay, but the Warra Warra Legal Service, the Far West Community Legal Centre and the Women's Domestic Violence Court Advocacy Service, that was an insurance issue that we understand has been resolved?
I am running off memory,
Right,
and I'm
okay.
happy to confirm it, but I believe that to be so.
Great. Look, if you could confirm the issue that we are focusing on is continuity
can
of
I say,
service.
bundled in there,
Yes.
that the deal breaker in terms of service continuity was the availability of PII. That issue has been fixed, but I need to check whether there is anything at the back of that that's not resolved, and I'm happy to do that.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I might just want to clarify a couple of things from this morning. In relation to the $7 million funding for the migrant and refugees for domestic violence, the budget papers showed the 4.4 for the centre. Mr Tibble, you referred to a $7 million
Various
package.
elements of the package, yes.
I just want to clarify the additional money on top of the 4.4, is that all going to the settlement?
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. There was some other services, and I'm just trying to remember which note it was. The other elements to it were. Just bear with us.
So maybe if I just go through the 23-24 budget.
It
was 4.2 million for 12 domestic and family violence projects due to end on the June 2023 last year. 6.55 million for specialist workers for accompanied children and young people. 8.1 million to continue and expand the Redfern Legal Centre Financial Abuse Service. 7.5 million for the the WDV CAS workers at local court hearings and extension of the WDV CAS police co-location pilot, and then the 4.4 million for the centre that you've just mentioned. 2 million to refurbish Illawarra Women's Trauma Recovery Centre, and then access to the Rent Start bond loan scheme.
So,
And-
sorry.
And in terms of sexual violence under that budget, 52.7 million for 48 new sexual assault nurse examiners and medical and forensic officers, 4.2 million to the New South Wales Sexual Violence Helpline, and 2.1 million over 2 years for a pilot program of sexual violence liaison officers in 5 local police commands to work with survivors of sexual abuse, violence.
Is there any funding that's given to the Settlement Services International for domestic violence programs?
I think there is. I'd take that on notice, but certainly the 4.4 I mentioned is going to settlement services.
Okay. And if you could clarify if that is an existing contract or is new money in this budget?
The 4.4 is definitely new money in the budget, but I'll take it on notice, the other part to your question, because I do know they're funded for other sorts of services through DCJ.
Thank you. And just in relation to the discretionary funds, the Minister said this morning that there was no carers discretionary fund. However, in answers that she provided following last estimate's supplementary questions, it was said, and I quote, the carers discretionary fund is $200,000 per annum, the women's discretionary fund is $200,000 per annum, and there is no discretionary fund for seniors or domestic violence sexual assault. So I just want to clarify, does the carers discretionary fund exist or not, basically?
It doesn't
It
exist.
doesn't.
Yeah.
And neither do any others.
Yeah. Is there a reason why the Minister would have put in her supplementary answers last year that there is a $200,000 fund?
I'd need to take that on notice and check. Yeah.
And then also, did that fund ever exist? And if it did, where that money is now gone?
Okay, I'll take that on notice.
I might just following on from core and cluster. So I wanted to find out, you said there's 39 proposal. Did you say 5 were complete?
5 have either commenced or complete or partially commenced.
And how many of those, are they all tranche 1?
Tranche 1 and 2, from memory.
Yes.
How many under tranche 1 are still to be completed?
I'd need to take that on notice. I might be able to find it before the end of this session.
Yep. And then also for tranche 2, so basically a breakdown between the two as to what has been completed and how many are outstanding.
I think I do have that, if you bear with me. Just trying to find. So the most recent report I've got is the quarter 2, 23-24, which shows of the total 39 projects, 9 of them are showing some delays, and that's partly to do with construction and obviously, issues that have cropped up in the normal project management of these new facilities. 15 out of the 39 have commenced building, refurbishment and renovations, and 7 out of the 39 projects are in the planning phase.
And do you have any concerns about whether or not you'll be able to deliver all 39?
Not at this stage. Not at this stage.
Do you have a time frame for the delivery of
Quarters
them?
1 and 2, I think, and again, I'm happy to be corrected. I'll take it on notice and maybe get back to you this afternoon. But I think by next year, we're hoping to see most of the construction and services ready to start operating. Tranche 3 will be obviously, because we're going through the request for tender process at the moment, they're likely to come on board in 2026.
And you said there was 9 of them have been delayed. What were the causes of those?
Get it for you. Things like shortage of builders, particularly in parts of regional New South Wales, supply chain issues, rising interest rates, and enduring impacts from the pandemic, but we're working with each of the providers and other agencies to mitigate any delays that have been incurred. And we've put in place quite a number of, for example, with planning to help with the DA approvals so that they have sort of a single gate to go through, so it actually assists in progressing those projects.
Okay, thank you.
Crossbench.
Thank you. I might start with you, Mr. Fitzgerald, if I may. We spoke last time about the figures in the annual report and the continuing increasing demand for services. How are things looking now in terms of budget and numbers, and can you give us an update?
Thanks, Ms Boyd. The demand in relation to both the abuse of older people and people with disabilities will continue to increase. In the first 6 months of this financial year, compared to the same period last financial year, there's been a 28% increase in the helpline calls and a 17 to 18% increase in the number of statutory reports. That's higher than we would have expected, and it may or may not trend down a little bit. But what it just simply shows is the trend line is up, and for all the reasons that I've explained at a number of these committee meetings, that will continue. It will continue because there's an increase in the number of people who are vulnerable. It will increase in the ageing area because of the deferral of the transfer of wealth from older people to their children. It will increase because there's more people that are living with cognitive decline. It will increase because there's greater awareness. And it will increase because the Commission, hopefully, its presence is being felt. So those trends will continue. In relation to the budget, this year's budget was supplemented by DCJ to the tune of 2.5 million. The original budget is 4.5, a ludicrously small amount. DCJ provided 2.5 million, but it's a one-off, and as I've indicated for 5 years, this might be the year in which we actually fix the broken budget. So the budget, as you know, is unsustainable, and it has been from the moment the Commission opened. But I'm optimistic that this year we might be able to finally fix the budget for the next 4 years going forward. And that budget is modest, even taking account of projected increases.
Okay. You've spoken many times about the need for a demand-based model of funding. Is there any sign then that the government is adopting a budgeting model that is going to increase over the years, or is from what you're saying that that's not happened yet?
On the advice of both DCJ and the suggestion of Treasury, we entered into a demand funding model a couple of years ago. It was unsuccessful, which is surprising given the very people that made that decision were the people that recommended it. We've abandoned doing a formal demand funding model, which means that if you have that model and it's approved by Treasury, there are automatic increases. What we have done, however, to make sure the budget is as rigorous as possible is we use the demand funding methodology through DCJ to inform the actual budget requests. So whilst there is no demand funding model actually approved by Treasury, we do use that same methodology to advise in relation to the budget.
In terms of sort of, I guess, what you're using that extra 2.5 million for then, is that additional resources for people answering the phones, or what is this looking like?
It's to simply provide the basic service that should have been provided with the budget properly constructed from the beginning. So there's no point in going back 4 years. But to understand where it is, the 2.5 effectively simply brings us to where we should have been during that period of time. Once we've re-established the baseline, then in fact we can start to actually increase it for demand increase. So the 2.5 million both helps the baseline, but also takes up some, but not all, of the growth.
Right.
Going forward, what we've said to the government is to fix the baseline, and then from then on to try to use some form of demand growth funding model.
Yep. And is that still then just to do sort of the bare statutory minimum?
Yes.
In an ideal world, if you were to have a commission that was able to, I don't know, for instance, do outreach or do some sort of community education and other things, how much extra would we be looking at?
So I've avoided answering that question on numerous occasions, and I'll avoid it again because I haven't actually costed it out. The question for the Parliament and the question for the government is it prepared to start to resource this exponential growth in demand that will occur? And this is occurring right throughout Australia. Today we've heard what is an exceptional tale of increased resourcing in relation to domestic and family violence, and that's welcome, and it's been a long time coming. The truth of the matter, two things I should say. The first thing is part of elder abuse and the abuse of people with disability is in fact domestic and family violence. 12 to 13% of our matters deal with intimate partner abuse. But both the ageing sector and the disability sector don't see themselves within the domestic and family violence arena generally, so they're treated separately. But as we see the demand for increased responses to domestic and family violence, so too in the future we'll have to see a similar response in relation to these areas. The second thing is the area that I've raised before, and it's worth making a point, is the greatest concern I have is twofold. One is in relation to regional, and we've put up 3 or 4 budget submissions in relation to a regional strategy, all of which have been unsuccessful. It is not possible to service regional New South Wales with the current funding and the current model. It is simply not possible to do that. And so at some stage we have to say what, in addition to what we're doing, will be necessary in that space. The second one that I've mentioned before is our outreach into the COLD community and the Indigenous communities, which enter the space of abuse generally, in terms of children, domestic violence differently, but certainly in relation to elder abuse. And they require specific interventions and work. So the long and the short of it is, the more funds you have, the more you can do. But at the end of the day, my view is that's a matter for the government, and we'll just simply perform within the envelope that we're given. But if you really want to if we really want to address the regions and the COL communities, we will have to increase resourcing over time.
Thank you. So a lot of what we are dealing with, or you are dealing with through the Commission, is responding to. There's some, proactive, or at least the desire to do some proactive intervention, but also it's predominantly responding at the moment to reports of abuse.
Sure.
In terms of that whole of government response to preventing it in the first place, I guess, what would you prioritise? What should the government be focusing on?
So it won't surprise you to say that it's a multi-layered issue, as it is in relation to child protection, domestic violence. All forms of violence, of course, are multi-layered. The second thing I just want to qualify is each of the types of abuse is driven by different factors. So most abuse is driven by socioeconomic circumstances, including, I might say, in the domestic violence area. Then there are certain types of abuse that are not, and one of those is financial abuse. So the drivers are slightly different depending on the nature of the actual abuse itself. But there are some key underlying issues, and the biggest one at the moment is housing. The chairs of the Ministerial Council on Ageing, on Disability, on Carers, and our own, the Ageing Disability Advisory Council, have all got together at our instigation to identify the one priority that was across all groups: carers, disability, and ageing, and it's housing. Housing's got 2 elements to it. Firstly, inadequate housing is a risk factor for abuse of all forms. And secondly, without the ability to access affordable and appropriate housing, you can't actually solve the problems we're dealing with. So it's not only people in domestic violence arrangements that need to be able to change their accommodation. That applies right across the board. So they identified that housing was the critical issue. And going forward, it'll even be more so as we have an ageing population that has increasing levels of disability. And the vast majority of people with disability acquire it in old age. So housing's one of those factors that if you get right, you reduce the risk factors. If you get it wrong, you increase the risk factors and reduce the ability to find appropriate solutions.
Thank you. We talked before about the definition of, or the way that domestic abuse is defined in New South Wales, and particularly the set of circumstances coercive control offence will apply to has been quite limited to that sort of intimate partner relationship.
Correct.
There have been a lot of calls to expand that. Do you support those calls to include a broader range of relationships?
So the Commission's position has been consistent. We believe that the definition should not be just intimate partners, but should be domestic relationships. We acknowledge, however, under the former government, that there was a view that to go to domestic relationships at this stage would be expanding the scope too great, and it was better to simply go with the intimate relations as a starting point. Attorney General Speakman indicated that in 2 years' time from the introduction of the scheme, not the introduction of the bill, but the introduction of the scheme, it would be reviewed, and he was of the view at that stage a reconsideration of a new definition would be appropriate. I'm not aware of the current government's view in relation to that. So long and the short of it is we would support an expanded definition. We acknowledge, however, it may be wise to allow some time for the coercive conduct regime to be established and then to do a fundamental review of that definition, having regard to the costs and consequences of doing so.
Thank you. I understand that you are very unfortunately stepping down from this role to take on another very important role. And so I understand this will be your final estimates. You'll be also in the disability one, but this is your final session of estimates in New South Wales. Is there anything that you wanted to sort of put on the record, I guess, as a parting gift?
How long have you got?
How long has it got?
Firstly, I should say, going to the Australian Human Rights Commission as the Age and Disability Discrimination Commissioner is a great privilege and a great honour. I did say to someone earlier in the day, the chance of not only annoying one government but 9 governments is exceptionally appealing. I do want to say, however, that two or three things. The first thing is I think the Parliament of New South Wales is to be congratulated for the courage of establishing the Age and Disability Commission across the board 5 years ago. That was really a huge leap forward in trying to meet the needs of older people and people with disability, and the Parliament as a whole is to be congratulated. The second thing is I think in most part we've tried to meet the aspirations and expectations of the Parliament, and I hope that that has been the view going forward. However, the journey forward is long. And the third thing is I think that the success of the Commission has been seen by the support that it has with the broad stakeholders, service providers, advocate groups, and those communities. Nevertheless, I think that as I've indicated, we are really at the very earliest stage of this particular journey, and so it will challenge governments right around Australia as to how they meet this growing demand. And lastly, I just want to express my thanks to this committee, but also to the 9 ministers that I've been responsible to in 4.5 years. I don't know if I'm skilled at this deputy chair, but I certainly know how to meet and greet new ministers. And I must say most have been very supportive. But overwhelmingly, I think the Commission stands in good stead. And that's been reflected in the fact that the Disability Royal Commission recommended that other states establish a body such as ourselves. Queensland and Victoria have both recommended to their government the establishment of a body such as this in New South Wales, and even internationally it's regarded as an appropriate response, and that's great credit to the people that designed it well before I got to being Commissioner.
Thank you. If I could come to you now, Ms Tonkin. Very pleased to see that your role has been expanded, and I understand you now have a full team of people. Can you give us a bit of an update on what your role and your team now looks like and what you're focusing on?
Sure. So my role was made a standalone role on the 30th of October last year. So that's about 3.5 months, almost 4 months ago now. So I'm currently recruiting, so still in the process of recruiting, but I am getting some new staff, so I'm really delighted about that. So I now have a separate office within the Department of Communities and Justice. recruiting for a number of staff, and a dedicated sort of directorate with my own team, so which is fantastic. So that's been a real game changer, and I'm really thrilled about that. In terms of my work, I'm going to release my strategic plan on the 14th of March.
Okay.
So that's going to have 6 priority areas. I won't go into too much detail because I haven't released it yet, but broadly speaking, I've been working on that for a while, and ever since I started in February last year, initially in that dual role, I've been meeting regularly with many, many people from across the sector, across government, even the private sector, victim survivors, to work out what will be the priorities. And so all of that has fed into this strategic plan, which will be for the next 3 years. A key priority for me as Commissioner is making sure that people with lived experience have a voice, and amplifying their voice, and making sure that their perspective and their expertise is actually not just incorporated but really embedded in government processes, and that lived experience informs the design and the implementation of policies and programs. So the Minister mentioned earlier that we are going to be establishing a lived experience advisory body for New South Wales. So I'm in the process of working with DV New South Wales on what that would look like. Probably a core group with a broader network as well, so because no single group, even with that broader network, can ever represent the full diversity of experiences, but you can certainly do your best to capture a wide range of experiences if you do it properly. So we're looking at best practice and looking at what's been done in Victoria, and we're also with the Federal Commissioner and how they went about it, and other examples of good practice to make sure that we get it right. That's a big priority. And another big priority will be primary prevention as well. So having a stronger focus on primary prevention and early intervention.
And what has your role been so far then in the domestic and family violence piece? So, I mean, yeah, interested to understand structurally how you fit, and whether, you know, I guess, is it a leading role within government, or is it a supporting role? How do you see that?
Yeah, the vision is really to provide whole of government leadership and oversight. So although I'm sitting within DCJ, it's meant to be a leadership role that's really driving change across the whole of government. So some of the ways I'm doing that is, first of all, the governance of domestic family and sexual violence has moved under me in terms of managing that. So the Domestic Family Sexual Violence Board, the steering committee, all the other governance mechanisms, the team that manages all of those bodies has moved under me. So that they're not new staff, that's pre-existing work, but it's a realignment to realign with my new functions. And I'm going to be doing a review of governance starting on the 27th of March with a governance forum. So we're looking at improving it, streamlining it, making it more effective. So that's one of the ways that whole of government leadership will be really implemented in practice. And so even though I'm within DCJ, I'm really working on that whole of government perspective, and to the extent that I'm participating in different government bodies and forums, it's from that whole of government position, and trying to apply that lens rather than a sort of DCJ lens per se.
Okay, and what's your interaction been with the Coercive Control Task Force?
Yeah, so at this stage I'm not a formal member. I have attended meetings as an observer, and I'll continue to do that, and we're looking, after the governance forum on the 27th of March, it's envisaged that there'll be a review of a few different mechanisms, and I will be made a member at that stage, most likely. So that's what's envisaged at this stage, but I'm attending as an observer until then. I'm also a member of the government reference group as well for the coercive control, and I've presented to the service delivery reference group a couple of times as well, and I'm presenting, I think, to the culturally and linguistically diverse reference group next month. So I'm trying to engage with all the reference groups as well as my own membership and participation.
There were some questions put to the Minister earlier about sort of whose responsibility it was to, for example, the example of Commissioner Webb referring to a crime of passion, those sorts of missteps. Is that, if that's not the responsibility of the Minister for Prevention of Domestic Violence, is something that you have a role in doing and educating and picking up across those, or is that outside of your scope?
I think I definitely have a role, and I'm looking, that's one of a key aspect of my role is actually external engagement, trying to work on changing community attitudes and norms and behaviours over time. So I'm doing a lot of external engagement, some media, and the use of language. I'm looking at maybe later in the year convening some media together to talk about reporting in this space and the use of language in the media. So this is all definitely all part of my remit, broadly speaking, and they're all things I'm looking at. And I think the use of language is really important in this area.
So will you then have the sort of direct input then into police minister, education minister? 'Cause, like, is there a when you talk about having a leadership role in that, does that mean that you then will be able to sort of jump on those moments to speak to the different ministers, or is it not quite set up like that yet?
There's nothing structural, but certainly I can meet, like I did meet with the police minister 2 weeks ago, for example, directly, just as one example. So, and I'm meeting with senior government colleagues in the Department of Education later this week. So I am, really trying to engage across government, and there will be, and I've met with the Attorney General, so there are opportunities to meet with different ministers. There's nothing structural in terms of, reporting line, but certainly I'll be making my best efforts to engage as much as I can.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Tonkin, I think these questions are probably best directed to you. Just interested in following up some of the discussion of the Minister earlier this morning when we were looking at responses to domestic violence and how they would be informed with a lived experience group. And I wondered if, and I understand that there is a lived experience group in formation, and I wondered if you were the right person who could tell us something about where we are in the process of formation, how many members, who will be members, some of the details of this, please.
Sure. The first thing to say is that this is in its early stages, and it's envisaged that it will complement existing groups. So there are already some existing groups. There are existing groups in the sector. For example, DV New South Wales has a group. There are some other groups with Full Stop. There's also the reference group for lived experience for part of the coercive control implementation architecture as well. So this is not intended to replace them, this is intended to complement them.
Can I just ask you then, I'm sorry to interrupt, but if there are existing groups that are doing this work, what was the driver for the department creating its own?
It's looking at something similar to what exists in Victoria and at the federal level, to have one that's informing the government. So the existing groups, there's one that Domestic Violence New South Wales has, which informs Domestic Violence New South Wales and is in that sort of sector space, but there's nothing in terms of general domestic family sexual violence feeding in systematically to government processes.
Sorry, is that to suggest that the government hasn't been listening to the advice from stakeholders in this area?
No, they have, because there is a reference group set up for the coercive control implementation architecture. So there's a lived experience reference group that's chaired by Annabelle Daniel.
But if the lived experience groups have informed the stakeholders, and if the government has been listening to the stakeholders, why is there a perceived gap of a lived experience group to inform government? Isn't that what the stakeholders have been doing?
The government has been using Domestic Violence New South Wales lived experience group when we get the opportunity, and also drawing on the reference group for coercive control. But in the course of doing that, we identified that it would be useful to have a general group that cuts across the whole of government in a really systematic way, similar to good practice that exists in some other jurisdictions. So it's just been identified that we can do it better, basically. We're doing it well at the moment, and with the lived experience reference group for the coercive control implementation, that's been a really good example, but that's specific to coercive control. So this would be a broader one that's domestic and family violence in general, not just coercive control, and also sexual violence, which is really important not to forget that.
And when you say inform whole of government, will this lived experience group be speaking to the police minister, for example?
Well, it's in its early stages, but it's envisaged that it would be informing the whole of government perspective. But it's in its early stages in terms of how structurally it would feed into that. And an important thing to note is that the governance forum that I'm convening on the 27th of March, that will bring together the Domestic Family Sexual Violence Board and Steering Committee. And a key aspect of that discussion will be how to incorporate lived experience in governance. So that will actually be part of that forum on the 27th of March, part of that agenda.
And how many members will the group have?
That's still under consideration. I believe that at the federal level, Michaela Cronin, the Federal Domestic Family Sexual Violence Commissioner, she has, I believe it was 12, and then so we'll be looking at that as an example and what exists in Victoria, but then of course a broader network to support that. So you can never have, 12 people can never represent all of the lived experience across New South Wales, and neither can 100 people, neither can 200 people. But the idea is to have a broader network as well that you could draw on as needed.
And how will members be identified? Will they be appointed? Will there be expressions of interest?
Most likely an expression of interest process, as was followed at the federal level.
And lived experience, will they all be female? Will there be recognition that while it's predominantly a female issue, there are also men and other groups in our society who experience sexual violence?
Well, all of this is still to be worked out, but it would be as diverse as possible, and noting that the federal group contains men as well as women, and as also LGBTQI community, so really a big emphasis on diversity in the group.
And when you say it's all to be worked out, how far along the timeline of developing this lived experience group are we?
It's relatively early. We've consulted with DV New South Wales. We have a discussion paper that we've looked at with DV New South Wales. We've consulted with other jurisdictions. The next step is the governance forum on the 27th of March. And then after that, in April, that's when we'll be really moving forward with concrete next steps about getting moving.
And what's the projected deadline for the operation of this group?
I would say towards the end of the year, but it's still quite early days.
And have terms of reference for its operation been developed?
No.
And is there a budget allocated for
No.
it? Will members be paid, or are they expected to be volunteers?
They'll be paid.
They'll be paid?
Yes.
If there's no budget for it, what's the process for obtaining appropriate allocation of funds?
Well, that will all be decided later on through the appropriate channels we make the applications.
Okay, all right, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms Campbell, I might just go back to a couple of core and cluster questions just to finish up there. I'm interested to know about the pathway out of the accommodation of core and cluster into long-term accommodation, and how does that look?
Yeah, look, each of the models vary slightly. So some have longer term accommodation, so transitional housing linked to the core and cluster. Obviously, there is an issue in terms of housing in New South Wales and access to affordable housing. There are a number of projects that we've got underway through the Community Housing Innovation Fund. There was the 52-point-something million that was announced some time ago, and I think we've got about 4 or 5 projects that have started which provide longer term sort of social housing. As you're aware, there are also products around Start Safely that subsidise women and children escaping DV for up to 3 years. So I think it'll be really important that each of these core and clusters has very strong networks locally where they're based, and actively working to look at how we move people out of kind of crisis accommodation into medium or long-term housing.
Do you keep the data on, I suppose, the average length of stay that women are in a core and cluster accommodation?
It's still early days. I think it was to your earlier question. We've got, I think, 5 services that have commenced, and there certainly is data collection associated with that, and it will vary obviously depending on an individual situation. But we will be able to capture that data as we roll out core and cluster to understand the experience of women and children in these services, but equally how long they're there and what some of the barriers might be to moving into more medium to long-term accommodation.
And that evaluation and monitoring is all going to be run through the department?
Yes.
Yeah. And is there is it set to actually have an evaluation, formal evaluation?
I'm pretty sure, I'm actually confident that we actually had funding allocated through the budget for an evaluation of this program, given its size and scope.
And if you could, and happy for you to take it on notice, give details of when that evaluation is likely to commence and conclude.
Yep, happy to.
I might actually turn to a couple of questions of the Commissioner. Also, I'd like to begin by saying thank you very much for your time, and also the work that you did in establishing and building up the ADC. So you will be missed, but thank you very much for everything that you've done as well. I wanted to just touch on first of all, I suppose the ADC bill that's before the Parliament. Obviously, your recommendation had that there should be a parliamentary committee established. In your submission, you don't go into the details of it, and I'm just more interested to find out why you feel that there should be a parliamentary committee set up and what the benefits would have as opposed to appearing in estimates.
So so you're absolutely correct. In the submission to the review and subsequent to the review, we've continued to advocate that the ADC would benefit from to report to a parliamentary committee, a pre-existing parliamentary committee, not a new one, not a separate one. We've been ambivalent as to what that committee would be. It's up to Parliament and to the government to decide. When the Commission was established, the government of the day and the Parliament decided there would be no parliamentary committee to which the Commission would report. History has told us that the Commission would have benefited had that been the case in a couple of ways. On paper, it seems eminently noble to report only to the Parliament, and of course that should continue. But in truth, that's a very difficult process. You can only report to the Parliament through special reports. So the sorts of issues that we've been dealing with over the 5 years have really only been able to be articulated through the Minister. And we believe that with a parliamentary committee, many of those issues on an ongoing basis would be able to be both scrutinised by the committee, but there'd also be a capacity to advocate as a commission to the Parliament, but through a parliamentary committee. In the same way as the Office of the Children's Guardian, in the same way as the new Anti-Slavery Commissioner, in the same way as many others. So, Deputy Chair, it's a very pragmatic approach, but it's one that's been borne out of actually operating for 3 to 4 years. I want to be clear, I did not believe we needed a committee when we started, and the Minister of the day, Gareth Ward, was clear there would be no committee. I was wrong, and that change position was reflected in the submission we made to the review. But we do not believe you should have a separate committee, and we do not have a view as to which committee it should report to. Ultimately, it's up to the government, and as you know, we've been supportive of the bill that's come to the Parliament, but that has been our position.
Thank you. I just want to turn to one of the last reports that you put out. I think it was the October to December report in relation to there's been a 13% increase of reports to the ADC.
Yes.
And 76% was in relation to older people, and of that, 247 reports were about older people with disability. What is the trends that you found as to why those reports are increasing? And I assume you expect it would continue to do so.
It's always very dangerous to take one quarter or 6 month period and say that's a trend. And so those figures that you've seen there are higher than normal. I can't give you a reason to why it would be higher than normal in that particular 3 months or 6 month period. But overall, there has been a consistent increase right throughout the existence of the Commission, and that will continue. Let me just speculate on a couple of things. The first thing is the economic circumstances and the financial pressures on families has a direct correlation to their level of abuse. Financial pressures within family units, and in this case it's carers or children who are supporting older people or people with disabilities, that will be a key indicator as to why you might see an increase in risk. The second thing is that there is a flow-on from the pandemic. During the pandemic, older people were severely disadvantaged relative to the rest of the community. We saw a substantial increase in what's called medical neglect. That is, older people were not seeing doctors, accessing medical service, and part of that's continuing. We saw a rise in neglect generally, and that's continued on. So there may be some pandemic effects. One or two others which are just of interest is during the pandemic, a number of older people left their homes and went to live with their families on the promise that they'd be cared for into the future. What actually happened was that their funds were taken and the children now want the older person out of the house, but there's nowhere to go. The second thing happened is children moved in with the parents, the older parents, and now won't leave. And the only way you can get rid of children out of your family is to charge them with trespass, which is a very strange law. So to be totally honest, Deputy Chair, it would be wrong of me to say that there are absolutely clear reasons for that increase. The second thing is it might trend out a little bit in the second half. So we need a little bit more data to go. But I think the overwhelming thing is the causes of abuse are increasing, the recognition of the issue of abuse is increasing, and I think the Commission, through its extensive community engagement activities, particularly working with intermediaries, and also our training of frontline staff, I think may be starting to have some impact. So again, always cautious. It could be an increase in reporting, but I think it's also likely to be an increase in actual abuse taking place as well.
And that turns me to some of the figures that came through about the Hunter and the Central Coast, which were quite high, and I think it was compared to previous reports. Do you have an opinion as to why that has occurred, or?
Again, I just want to be cautious. The Hunter is an area which often appears very high in all forms of abuse: child protection, domestic violence, and in elder abuse. There are socioeconomic circumstances in parts of the Hunter which give rise to that. But there is there's another thing that could be happening in the Hunter. The Hunter has a very high level of community service activity. It has very high numbers of NGOs, and it could be that there is a greater degree of reporting. So I do think there's an increase in the level of abuse in that community. But I also think that there's a high level of reporting that takes place in the Hunter itself. But beyond that, I think it would be inappropriate for me to give any other reasons at this stage. I should say that it is interesting. For example, the Hunter is much higher than the Illawarra. And when you look at that, that's unusual. The Hunter and the Illawarra are not dissimilar in socioeconomic circumstances, but they rate very differently in relation to abuse matters. The Central Coast, I think it's got its own particular peculiarities. There's a very high concentration of older people, and housing stress is a particular problem. But again, I think we'll know more as we go on.
Thank you.
Yes, a question actually for Mr. Tidball. In the New South Wales Sexual Violence Plan 2022 to 2027, Pillar 1 identifies that there is a New South Wales Domestic, Family and Sexual Violence Primary Prevention Strategy in development as part of the prevention strategy of Pillar 1. Can you tell us what the progress of this prevention strategy is?
I'm happy to take
Yeah,
that
thank you.
question. It's currently under construction. Probably a very poor use of word, but I think shortly, within the next few months, something will be made public in relation to that.
Okay, and can you comment? It's designed to identify the drivers of family violence, and the same sexual violence plan identifies that a major driver at an individual level is exposure to violent pornography. A major driver at relationship level is pressure to pursue sex with women in coercive and aggressive ways, which is recognised as being related to use of pornography. Will that strategy address measures to limit use of pornography because of its driver as in family and violence against women?
Look, I'm happy to take that one on notice. Obviously, it's still in draft and we're still working through it, but I'll have a closer look at that draft strategy to see if it picks up those issues.
Okay, thank you very much. I think, Mr. Tidball, this question is probably for you. It's in relation to the LEC review of police response to domestic and family violence. Would that be you? Is the department collaborating with New South Wales Police in relation to the formulation of recommendations in that review, responding to the report in relation to domestic and family violence incidents?
I believe that it is in play. I would prefer to come back to the committee with a considered response, though. if I
Okay,
may.
look, if you could, thank you very much. And in particular, I think the committee would benefit from understanding the nature of the whole of government response and who is engaged in responding appropriately. Thank you. And again, I'm sure this is for you, Mr. Tipple. The previous government committed $18 million for new and upgraded audio-visual facilities in about 50 courtrooms. How many of these have been completed?
That is not with me today. I certainly, at the attorney's estimates, if you prefer there, that might be the appropriate
I will ask you there. I'll have the
place,
opportunity
and
to
I'll
ask
make
you
sure I
then.
have the figure
All
with me.
right. Thank
The
you.
other one of the other folders.
Yeah. I hope you may be able to answer this question today. There was also $8 million to provide court-appointed questioners to ensure that domestic violence victim survivors are not directly cross-examined by an alleged perpetrator. How many court-appointed questioners have been engaged using this funding?
Yeah, look, I will need to take that on notice, but I am close to both the work being undertaken with the departmentally recruited people, as well as working with Dr. John Brodie of the JP's Association of New South Wales. The JP's Association is actually, those resources are in play, but the JP's Association is also playing a very active part at the moment in the questioning, and I can come back with the number.
Okay, and if you wouldn't mind, as well as the raw number, the geographic availability
Of course,
of those
yes, which is really
examiners.
important,
Yeah.
I acknowledge.
Thank you very much.
Crossbench.
Thank you. A few things to pick up on. Can I just come back to you, Mr. Fitzgerald, in relation, you've said a couple of times quite strongly about the Commission not reporting to a new committee. Why was that? What was the basis
Well,
for
the
that?
reason is I don't want to overburden the Parliament. The Parliament is significantly burdened with committees as it is. And one of the dangers is you keep overloading to the point that they're ineffective. So our view is it would be more effective to place it within an existing committee. I did note, correct me if I'm wrong, but the Anti-Slavery Commissioner has a committee of his own. I found that unusual, and there might be a reason for that. Mr. Tidwell might know, but I'm not sure. So
He
our
seems
preference,
best placed to do all inquiries.
yes. So look, there's no, you shouldn't read too much into what I just
Yeah,
said. That
okay.
we were just really trying to say,
Yeah.
and there are similarities. I think one of the things that's sitting in this this committee, listening to my colleagues from DCJ, is that there are similarities around all abuse. There are very big differences, but there are very great similarities. So there is some synergy. Whether or not parliamentary committees can acknowledge that,
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I think the resources for a committee are not really very different to the resources for a hearing. So whether it's a committee with an additional hearing day or a new committee, I think it's probably the same. But from what I'm hearing, that wasn't your point. Your point was just not to overburden, because then it's
I think the two, yes.
we're not effective then.
Yeah, I mean, well, you're closer to this, Ms. Boyd, and you understand this stuff much better than I do. So the first thing is you're absolutely right. It was simply not to overburden the Parliament. The second thing is I think there are some synergies with other areas that might well go together. But again, that would be a matter for advice from the DCJ and your own consideration. But there was nothing more in it than those.
Thank you for clarifying. If I could come to you, Mr. Tidwell, just a couple of questions on the consultant disclosures from the last financial year. Just a few little questions. There was, under management services, there was just over $200,000 given to EY, and it just says in the description, conduct an independent review of existing policies and practices. Was that for a particular part of the department, or was that department-wide?
I'm really sorry. I wish I had it with me.
Yeah.
I'd really like to revert with a quick response.
I'm happy for you to take it on notice.
Certainly.
Just curious. And then there was one here actually that reminded me of an issue that I'm not sure we talked about in the last estimates. This is the issue of New South Wales having to provide indemnity for organisations against child abuse claims because insurance companies were pulling out.
Yeah. Yep.
I understand that there was, I think, well, the report I'm looking at says 47 organisations, so there was quite a few non-government organisations who were providing or under government contracts.
Yep.
The bit of the consultant disclosure I'm looking at is something that Finity Consulting were paid $429,000
Yes.
to develop a national course of action in relation to that issue. Can you update us? What did that report show?
Yeah.
Has it helped? Where are we going?
Yes, Ms Boyd. I'll ask Anne Campbell to respond in detail to the work that's being done with that insurance, but we continue to be working at the table in terms of a national solution, but immediately in New South Wales, the issue for those NGOs is access to cover, and we're working with Treasury Corp, Treasury with a solution, and it is advancing, but on the detail I might ask Anne.
Thank you.
Yeah, it
Ms.
was
Campbell.
extended till the end of this year, so it went through the budget process last year, although, and what we've been doing with other states and territories is looking at the principles around this framework. So this is the physical and sexual abuse insurance that predominantly applies to some out-of-home care providers and to some youth homelessness services, and there are 46 at the moment that have got coverage through this scheme we've got in place, the interim one. The funding, in terms of your original question, is both a contribution from other states and territories, so New South Wales isn't picking it up on their own. And I think towards the end of this year we'll have some more advice on a kind of final solution.
Yeah, okay. Because I
But
think
we've had no claims, interestingly,
Okay.
to date.
Retroactive cover, but no claims to date.
No.
okay. So, because I think we all agree that we don't want victim survivors to go without compensation.
Yeah.
But also we don't want to create a moral hazard where these organisations aren't
Yep.
paying or having any kind of financial penalty. If you did have a claim under this current arrangement, would that be directed back for recovery from one of those organisations, or is there any comeback in terms of those organisations being made liable?
I think we'd obviously look at it on a case-by-case basis. So this particular interim scheme goes back to 2017, and that's when particular contracts were made. But obviously, often the state is party to some of those claims as well. So we really would look at it on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, okay.
But happy to take on notice, some more specific questions, or it may come up in the. I think we've usually
In the
comes
other
up in
one,
a couple of the other hearings as well. So I'll make sure I'm across the detail.
Okay, thank you. I think this is probably the final one I have for now, so if you want to get ready, opposition, to take the stuff of questions. I just wanted to find out, Mr. Tidball, the Children and Young Persons Committee last year, when we did that really quick but important inquiry into the relationship between the federal or the family court system
Yes, yeah, I remember
and children that were at risk under domestic violence situations, effectively. There was a bunch of really great recommendations in that report. I don't think we've seen a government response. When will we see the government response to that report?
I know the issues really well, and we've talked about some specific ones. If I may take that on notice, I really can't remember whether
all right.
there has been a response, and I absolutely acknowledge the sensitivity of interplay between the two jurisdictions, but I will come back with
Great.
an answer.
Thank you.
I've just got a couple of questions for Commissioner. Just wanted to, I didn't want to cover off. So we've spoken earlier this morning about elder abuse, and I'm interested in the power of attorney and the enduring power of attorney. Whether or not you've been approached by the Minister or the Minister's office to provide either a briefing on that, or what recommendations you would have.
So the answer is yes, not so much to the ministers, but with DCJ. There are working groups that have been established in response to a number of reports, including a Law Society report of 2018 in relation to guardianship and trusteeship, which deals with issues such as supported decision making. But as part of those discussions as well, there have been ongoing dialogue in relation to powers of attorney and enduring powers of attorney. We support the move to a harmonisation of those instruments across Australia. However, that will take considerable time. My understanding, and I could be incorrect on this, is the SCAG has agreed in principle to the harmonisation of those instruments across Australia. What was not agreed at this point was a national register for the registration of powers of attorney, which many in the sector believe is appropriate. So as I understand where we're at the moment is there's work being done by the 9 governments in trying to get the harmonisation of those powers of attorney. In New South Wales, the ADC has been very active in working with a number of agencies in relation to this matter because there's an increasing level of abuse by attorneys appointed under powers of attorney and particularly enduring powers of attorney. What we now know is that most people that provide powers of attorney have little understanding of what powers they're giving away and in what circumstances they'll be used, notwithstanding advice from lawyers. Even more alarming is the complete lack of knowledge by the attorney who's appointed as to his or her duties. And so whilst we're seeing increased abuse, some of that is unintentional. It's a misunderstanding. But it is of such a severe concern to us that we believe that there does need to be reforms of the powers of attorney themselves, but most importantly in relation to the information and education that's associated both for the person giving the power, but also for the person that's being appointed. So that's a long-winded answer is to say, yes, we are providing advice. It's related, however, to one last thing I should say. The Aging Disability Commission wishes to have a meeting between the Law Society of New South Wales, the Legal Aid New South Wales Police, and ourselves and perhaps DCJ in relation to the adequacy of laws generally in relation to elder abuse in particular. I'm not indicating that there should be new laws, but after 5 years of operation of ourselves, it's probably time to say, are the laws in New South Wales adequate? And part of that is around powers of attorney and enduring powers of attorney, and certainly those bodies that I've just referred to, the Legal Aid and Law Society of New South Wales, are very supportive of some reforms in those areas. Then what that would be, I'm not yet clear.
Okay, thank you. The other question I had was in relation to some of the feedback that the Commission may receive and whether or not you've had any contact or reports or complaints made about the Carers Gateway, NDIS or My Aged Care. And I'm mindful that they are federal issues,
yes. So let me just put a few things. Carers Gateway is an underutilised resource which has great potential. For reasons which are not clear to me, there's been a significant underutilisation by carers of that gateway, and yet it is one of the more significant and better established services by the Commonwealth. Well, I don't say that often of the Commonwealth, but it is. So why it is underutilised, I think, is an issue, and if you talk to carers in New South Wales who actually have a contract under the Carers Gateway, they will say that. So my understanding is Carers Gateway has a real potential. We use it. We think it's quite a good instrument. The second one in relation to the NDIS Body and Safeguards Commission, was that the agency you referred to or the helpline?
The helpline.
At the national level?
Yep.
The National Disability Helpline is useless. It's an ineffective tool. It's poorly managed, poorly constructed, underutilised. The Disability Royal Commission basically said it needed to be completely reshaped, and we would agree with that. We are the recipients of calls from that line, but they're very, very few in number, and it's the lack of use of that line is indicative of the fact that it's not working well. and my comments are mild compared to what I think stakeholders would say about that line. The good news is I think the Commonwealth will respond to the recommendations in the Royal Commission report and fix that line up considerably. I just want to make one point. Despite all the criticism of the NDA Squatting and Safeguards Commission, we have a very good relationship with that organisation, and we do find it a responsive organisation to many of our needs and demands. You don't often hear that. In relation to my aged care, we find to be an exceptionally difficult service. It barely fulfils any of the requirements that it should as a responsive helpline. So again, there's been substantial criticism of that line in the Royal Commission on Aged Care, and we support that criticism. Again, aged care reform is underway. There'll be a reform of that particular My Care into something different. I'm not quite sure what that will be, but certainly My Aged Care is a very unresponsive service. I just might explain that just without taking much time. The NDIS has been, even when the services were in New South Wales, owned and controlled by New South Wales, there is in the disability space a real understanding of the need to be responsive to the changing needs of people with disability. You can do that poorly or well, but that is in the NDIS system. For reasons largely around this obsession with packages, the aged care system doesn't respond in the same way. It is highly unresponsive to emergency, crisis, changed circumstances. So there's a history as to why those three lines that you've referred to operate differently. So that's my honest opinion about those three lines. But it's now supported by the Royal Commission findings as well.
And the only other question in relation to types of complaints, have you received many in relation to sole traders operating, whether it's in the disability space or the carer space?
So a couple of things. In relation to the disability marketplace, there's now over 160,000 providers providing services to people with disability. A very small percentage of that are registered providers. The vast majority are unregistered, and the vast majority of those are very small operators, sole traders, small partnerships, or so on. So the Royal Commission's made recommendations in relation to that, and there's ongoing consideration following the NDIS review as to whether or not registration should be required by some of those currently unregistered providers. The problem with the unregistered provided market, whilst there's many good operators in that space, there's almost no quality control at all. And so we have a huge part of the market effectively, not completely, but effectively not only unregulated, but there's actually no way to determine the quality of the services being provided. So that's an issue. In relation to our own, the ADC, what we've been trying to do is to educate frontline workers, both in the aged sector and the disability sector, so that if they identify abuse by family members, for example, or community members, then they'll report those matters to the ADC. So we spend a lot of our time trying to educate the service provider staff and service providers such that they can acknowledge and understand what abuse might be and then to report it. But the nature of the market in the NDIS space, in the disability space, is problematic in relation to that issue.
Thank you. I might move on to some broader questions. I understand some of these might need to be taken on notice. The New South Wales Savers Finers specialists, I'm interested to know how many carers have actually contacted the service centre to utilise that tool.
I think I'll need to take that one on notice.
Thank you.
The other thing is whether or not the New South Wales Health Carers Recognition Act and Strategy Implementation Group still exists.
Again, I'd need to take that one on notice.
The other thing is I understand the Department of Planning and Environment is developing and launching an internal employee network group called YamaPage, which is a peer support platform and resource to support carers. Do they update you on that, or are you aware if it's been launched?
They often, through the The action plans, they often report on specific strategies. I just can't recall that one, but happy to take that on notice.
That'd be fine. And if you could also take on notice will that hub be available to all employees?
Okay, happy to.
Just in relation to the volunteer recruitment portal, how many organisations are registered?
Might be in my notes, if you could just give me a second. It doesn't actually quantify it in my note, but happy to take that on notice.
In relation to the volunteering strategy report card, how many actions are in progress at the moment?
Again, happy to take that on notice.
And then also the number that have been completed or on track.
Yeah, happy to do that.
And
too.
for any that are delayed, the reason why.
Okay.
How much has been allocated to volunteering in the budget?
I can tell you that. I think I'll need to take that on notice. I've got quite a lot of other information, but not that
It's
specific
the one thing we
one.
don't have.
That's fine. I just want to move to the Australian Institute of Family Studies and an evaluation of the National Plan to Respond to Abuse of Older Australians 2019-23. I'm mindful it is Commonwealth, but in that evaluation, I was interested to know whether or not the New South Wales Government or the Department has been approached to provide feedback in relation to that plan.
Generally is, but again, I'll take that on notice. Yep.
And Commissioner, have you been approached in relation to that plan?
Oh,
Or your
sorry,
department?
which plan are you referring to?
It's the National Plan to Respond to the Abuse of Older Australians, the 2019-23.
Yes, we have been. We have.
And
DCJ itself has been providing some sort of facilitation in relation to the New South Wales Government response, and we've been part of that, and we separately have been engaged in that process.
And could you share with the committee some of your opinion of the plan to date and what is in that?
So this particular plan is due to come into place in the middle of this year. I don't think there's been a delay in relation to that. So the issue going forward in relation to this plan will be the necessity for the states to have action plans. There'll need to be a mechanism by which there can be a reporting back of the outcomes that are achieved by the states, which has been hitherto absent. And there will need to be some sort of measurement framework that underpins that outcome reporting. So it's not so much in the actual plan what's being proposed, it's actually whether or not the outcomes, the desired outcomes, can be measured and then reported against, which will be critical. That mimics the new Australian disability strategy, which in fact does have an outcome framework, and underpinning that, of course, is a measurement framework. So I think that's a very important thing going forward. The second thing is the plan itself will now have to take learnings from the various activities that have been taking place in New South Wales, South Australia, ACT, where there are agencies such as ourselves operating. And I suspect the plan will call on states and territory governments to establish bodies similar to our own in that plan. But beyond that, it's a multi-dimensional plan, as you would imagine. And I don't know if I can actually add any value beyond what I've said, but we have been part of the process. I don't know if Anne wants to comment.
No comment on that. Just to your other question about the budget for volunteering, it's 200K.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any questions?
Yes, so I have a question that's arising really in relation to a discussion that was in police estimates and in relation to 91Q, which is about dissemination of images. It's sort of broadly called revenge porn. And In relation to figures that we find in the New South Wales Sexual Violence Plan, estimated 60% of Australians have experienced online sexual harassment or abuse. 11% of Australians 18 and over have experienced on sexual abuse. Online child sexual abuse is a growing problem, with the numbers of associated reports increasing by 122%. And the plan recognises technology-facilitated sexual violence, including image-based abuse, which would be captured by Section 91. The police, however, said that there are practically no reports of this. I wondered whether any thought had been given to some sort of advertising campaign to destigmatise people who are experiencing this image-based abuse, to recognise that this is not their fault, it is something that they can appropriately report, because we've seen this before with other types of abuse. This is a new and developing form of abuse which is skyrocketing, yet it's only when Taylor Swift is involved that we seem to be able to take action.
I would, I appreciate the seriousness of the matter you raise. I therefore would not want to give just respond here without taking it on notice, Ms. Carter, and coming back with a considered response, but I'll undertake to do so.
Thank you.
Could I flag a couple of things, just briefly? On the 14th of March, there's a roundtable that I'll be attending with the Federal Domestic Family Sexual Violence Commissioner and the E-Safety Commissioner in Sydney, which is specifically looking at tech-facilitated abuse. And so we'll be interested to see what comes out of that. And I also participated in a roundtable, in a webinar a few weeks ago on Safe Internet Day with the E-Safety Commission, which covered tech-facilitated abuse and specifically this issue as well. So there was a webinar facilitated by Women New South Wales, which went really well.
Look, if we could be updated on the fruits of those roundtables and those discussions and how that flows into policy and actually empowering young women in particular to be less subject to that abuse, I'd be very interested. Thank you.
I've only got two more questions and I think that's it. I just wanted to, the 4.3 million that's been allocated to deliver, to extend the service delivery of 12 community-based prevention, early intervention and crisis projects, where are they based?
Just check. I can get that for you. I'm sure it's in here.
Yep.
I've got a list of locations, so provide that on notice.
That's fine. And then also the 2.1 million over 2 years to fund a pilot program, sexual violence liaison officer for 5 police area commands and the 5 areas.
Yeah, I can get that on notice for you.
That's it for me.
Yeah, that's it for me.
No more questions? No more questions? Oh, gee. Okay, we
Rest
just
can be
about
put on
finished.
notice.
We are finished.
Supplementary.
Any further questions can be put on notice? Except the government. Have you got questions? No questions? No questions.
Chair.
You're not going to spoil an early finish.
Hang on. Ms Campbell has questions for us.
I just was going to answer some earlier questions.
Answer all the questions. You can do that in government time.
And
Okay.
I'll
Deputy Chair, you asked the question about have Tranche 1 services under Core and Cluster, can all of them commence? Yes, they have. So all 5 have, all 4 have, sorry, and also 1 in Tranche 2.
Yep.
I think you asked earlier about was there a staying home leaving violence service in Port Macquarie? And there's the Kempsey Family Staying Home Leaving Violence program, which covers Port Macquarie.
So Kempsey covers Port Macquarie?
It does.
Okay, what's the travel time between Kempsey and Port Macquarie?
Oh, I have to take that on notice.
Thank you.
And if I may, Chair, supplement my inadequate response to Ms Carter's question about the Far West Community Legal Centre. I think there was a very immediate issue that I dealt with some time ago, but the full context is that on the 25th of January of this year, the Far West Legal Community Centre Board advised that their intention to cease operation of their legal and domestic family violence related services in the Far West on the 31st of July of this year, and the board's position is that the service is no longer viable as a standalone organisation due to staff shortages and compliance costs. There are 4 services that operate under the auspice of Far West: Staying Home Leaving Violence, which clearly is funded by DCJ, Women's Domestic Violence Court Advocacy Services funded by Legal Aid, the Far West Community Legal Services funded by Legal Aid, and the Warra Warra Legal Service, which is an ALS service funded under the NIAA. Look, and I say there is work being done by DCJ, certainly in relation to Staying Home Leaving Violence, and the board of that entity of the 4 services, so the overall auspice, is requesting funding bodies to ensure the continued delivery of critical legal and DFV services under the auspices of larger organisations, which will reduce future viability of these services, and DCJ is playing a role. I certainly, after this hearing today, will make the effort to find out whether there is an enabling or a role that the department can further play in ensuring connection with ongoing service access.
Great, thank you.
And
Thank
just
you.
one last one, Miss Boyd, you asked earlier about a consultant called Rooftop Social. My understanding, it's the only one we could find, is it's a evaluation of the Maitland Local Court DV Services Hub, and the evaluation is due to be completed this year, early this year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all there is. I noticed a number of questions were taken on notice today. The Secretary will be in contact with you regarding when those answers are due. Thank you very much. We'll call it a day.
Thank you.